The world is facing an increasingly complex reality marked by global inflation, constant political crisis, and the onslaughts of climate change. For the first time, the Korea-LAC event series comes to Latin America, setting its stage in the heart of Mexico, where leaders from Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean gather to strengthen cooperation between our nations and tackle the major challenges we share in common. Setting an agenda is crucial. Strengthening collaboration, forging strategic visions, and establishing clear objectives are essential to drive investments for the advancement of our nations. Based on the three principles of cooperation: inclusiveness, trust, mutual benefit. It's time to tighten bonds, explore new financing avenues, share knowledge and tools, and address strategies to bolster public finances sustainably. It's time to act. Let's participate in multilateral networks and integrate, for this will strengthen us in the pursuit of enhancing the development of our people, guiding us towards sustainable strategies for a brighter tomorrow. Let's unlock doors and pave ways to prosperity. Let's open the door to the future together. Welcome to the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum 2023, where great ideas create new opportunities.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Bienvenidos. My name is Andrea Montalvo. I'm a Mexican journalist, and it will be my absolute privilege to guide you through the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum over the next few days. This gathering symbolizes the great collaboration between Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean, with key stakeholders including the Inter-American Development Bank, the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, the Export-Import Bank of Korea, KEXIM, and the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, KOTRA. The sessions ahead promise insights into our shared vision, from leveraging advanced technologies to the importance of cybersecurity, and from fostering innovation in the startup ecosystem to our mutual journey towards sustainable transportation. Okay, so we have some announcements this morning, and before we begin our sessions, I'd like to remind everybody that we will offer simultaneous interpretation in Korean, English, and Spanish. So for those in need of assistance, please collect a receptor device from our staff at the end of the hall. Please take note. Channel 1 is for Spanish, 6 for English, and Channel 12 is for Korean. Additionally, I'm delighted to inform you that we are broadcasting live and invite you to share your insights and key takeaways on social media using our official hashtag, Korea-LAC, Korea-LAC. Let's come together and amplify our collective insights. Also, just a quick note for those participating in the one-on-one business matchmaking meetings. They will begin at 10 a.m. and conclude at 6 p.m. Please do check your schedules to ensure you don't miss your appointments. These tailored sessions to be held in the Salon Feria, just right next door to where we are, offer a valuable platform for collaboration and discover. Remember, punctuality is key to making the most of these encounters. Once again, it truly is my pleasure to welcome you all this beautiful Mexican morning to this meeting, the very first Latin America edition of this forum. To set the stage for the discussions ahead, we will begin with opening remarks from several distinguished speakers who will offer their unique perspective on the state of the Korea-LAC cooperation and their economic landscape. Unfortunately, our first speaker, Mr. Bi-Eun Hwan from the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, couldn't join us today. However, he was kind enough to send a video message. Let's just watch it together.
from the IDB. First of all, congratulations on the launch of the first Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean Innovation and Trade Forum as the platform for collaboration between the private sectors of Korea and the region. As some of you know, I worked at the IDB, and it is really unfortunate that I'm not able to be there with you. But I am confident that the IDB and all of you present here will contribute to advancing the economic partnership between the two sides. I wish that the productive discussions and lively interactions in this forum will open new horizons for private sector cooperation. I hope for the success of this event, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in person later. Thank you.
And now it is my pleasure to present Ijae Juan Kim, Director General of Economy and Finance in Korea.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I sincerely welcome all of you to the first Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean Innovation and Trade Forum. I want to thank you, Mr. Thomas Bermudez, General Manager of the IDB, Mr. Jongkyu Park, Vice President of the Kakshin Bank, Mr. Sang-Sung Kim, Regional Director General of the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, for organizing this valuable forum. It's a great honor for me to launch the first Innovation and Trade Forum. It will serve as an important platform for the economic cooperation between private sectors of the Korea and the RAC region. Over the years, Korea and RAC have built a mutually reciprocal partnership. Since the 1990s, over the past 3 decades, trade volume between Korea and this region grew maybe tenfold, and Korea's foreign direct investment in RAC skyrocketed. Starting with Chile, we have made many FTAs with more RAC countries, including Peru, Colombia, and the seller countries. Since Korea joined the IDB in 2005, Korea government has supporting the socio-economic development in this region. At this stage, there also have been active cultural exchanges. In RAC, Korea culture like K-pop and K-drama, and in Korea, Latin America's coffee and wine are being mainstreamed into local culture. As such, we have worked in close collaboration. Nevertheless, changes in global landscape are calling for even stronger cooperation between Korea and RAC. Today, the world is undergoing a poly crisis induced by the Ukrainian war, as well as the reshaping of the global supply chain. However, the IDB forecast the US nearshoring will lead to an increase of $664 billion in merchandise export of this region. This is where Korea can play a complementary role, creating a new cooperative model by utilizing Korea's advanced technologies in RAC manufacturing sector. In the context, the Korean government would like to support the private sector to lie at the heart of Korea-LAC collaboration. Firstly, I think that we would like to scale up the cooperation and collaboration, working together with the IDB for the private sector's collaboration. We will continue to explore projects financed by the Korean Trust Fund at IDB and expand the co-financial facility with IDB to $1 billion over the next 5 years. In this regard, by expanding development projects implemented by Korea and IDB in the region, we will create opportunities for capable Korean private institutions, including businesses and research institutions, to interact with LAC. Secondly, Korea's ODA program will aim to strengthen private sector investment in LAC. We would like to expand the number of EDCF partner countries from 13 to 16. EDCF is a concessional loan program which is implemented by the Korean government. And I would like to carry out the Economic Innovation Partnership Program for Ecuador for the first time in the region. Also, knowledge sharing program continue to share how Korea shifted from a government-led economy to a private sector-driven market economy. Lastly, I'd like to support private investment and trade in LAC. We will broaden eligibility of EDCF for private projects and also consider diversifying EDCF's measures, including investment and guarantees to meet business demand. Also, we will provide up to 140 billion of trade and export finance this year. Lastly, in order to address challenges for Korean business entering LAC, we will build up diverse channels for communication between Korea and LAC, such as online business fair. Distinguished guest, Mexico's renowned poet, Octavia Paz once said, "Love is born at the first sight, the friendship of frequent and lengthy exchange." I hope this forum serves to promote cooperation and collaboration between private sectors of Korea and ROC region so that both sides could become even more closer friends and economic partners. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Juan Kim. And now let's welcome Tomás Bermúdez, General Manager of the Country Department of Central America, Haiti, Mexico, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, and IDB's country representative in Panama. Mr. Bermúdez, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today here at the Korea-LAC Innovation Trade Forum. I would like to start recognizing and acknowledging the presence of Gabriel Llorio, Mexico's Undersecretary of Finance, who has come and joined us for this opening event. This event marks the 7th edition of the Korea-LAC event series co-organized by the IDB and the government of Korea since 2007. An important milestone, and it's the first time, as it has been said already, that this event is hosted in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm pleased to join Director General Jae-Won Kim from the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, Vice President Chung-Kyu Park from the Export-Import Bank of Korea, and Sang-Sum Kim, from Regional Director from the Central and South America of the Korean Trade Investment Promotion Agency. I also want to acknowledge former Minister Dr. Ju and former Vice Minister Dr. Cha, who has also joined us for this meeting. And I would like also to thank our IDB team who has been organizing this event for the last 7 years, particularly Fabricio Perti, who leads this team here in Washington. I'm not afraid to say that Fabricio is one of Korea's best friends in DC. This partnership that we have between the MOF, KOTRA, KETSIM, is an important partnership for the IDB, and it's an important partnership for Latin America and the Caribbean. Last year, at our Korean Latin American Business Summit in Seoul, we commemorated the 60th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relationships between Korea and 15 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The relationship has come a long way since that time, as Korea expanded its network of relationships in the region, and trade and investment started to flow, and the opportunities that currently present themselves for further increasing economic ties lead us to believe that the best is yet to come. In fact, earlier this year, Export-Import Bank of Korea joined IDB Investment Trade Facilitation Program, helping to broaden the source of trade finance available for regional exporters and importers and boost trade between Korea and Latin American countries. And a little over a month ago, the Republic of Korea and the Inter-American Development Bank renewed and expanded their infrastructure co-financing facility for an additional $1 billion, the largest ever replenishment since the inception in 2015. The expansion of the Korean Infrastructure Development Co-Financing Facility will enable IDB Group to make available additional resources for the region's critical development in such areas as infrastructure and energy, social sector technology, among others. This year alone, for example, the facility will commit $50 million to Ecuador's Energy Transition Program and $100 million to the Bolivia Rural Electrification Program. Trade and investment are the foundation on which this ever stronger partnership between Korea and LAC is built, and is also where many of its future opportunities lay. As companies across the globe are looking at ways to increase the resiliency of their value chains and avoid disruptions associated with trade frictions, sanitary crises, natural disasters, or military conflict, Korea and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean can turn this context into an opportunity to build and participate in more robust bilateral and global value chains. Engaging in this effort has manifold benefits, helping Korean companies grow and contribute to inclusive and sustainable economic growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. Also, participation in value chains leads to more and better jobs through increase in exports and demand for more qualified workers, to increase tax collection, which could be used to fund development-related needs, to economic diversification, to transfer knowledge and technology, and to increase capital stock, which improves a country's macroeconomic standing and support growth. These two economies are at the front of addressing urgent global challenges, including food security, sustainable energy, and climate change, with the COVID-19 pandemic underscoring the growing importance of digital technologies in our societies. Materializing these opportunities requires sustained political and business engagement, of which this forum is a strong example. It would also require making progress in areas that include deepening existing trade agreements or adopting them in some cases. For example, by incorporating strong environmental and labor provisions, expanding the network of bilateral investment treaties and double taxation agreements, and improving trade facilitation and logistics. The IDB is ready to continue working with Korea and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to accelerate such progress and helping ensure the strong economic ties that growth and prosperity, that goes growth and prosperity. As we have done since Korea joined the bank in 2005, we will continue to serve as a bridge for this relationship, connecting Korea to the governments, businesses, and other actors across Latin America and the Caribbean, and helping channel Korean expertise, finance, and innovation to where it's needed most. We are excited about the opportunity that this partnership offers and to work with all of you to turn them into reality. And we hope that over the course of the next 2 days, we will continue to identify new and promising prospects to bring Korea and LAC closer together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bermudez. And now let's give a warm welcome to Young Gyu Bank, Vice President of the Export-Import Bank of Korea. Welcome.
Buenos dias. Respected Mr. Kim Jae-hwan, Director General of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Mr. Thomas Bermudez, General Manager of IDB, and Mr. Sang-soon Kim, Regional Director General of the KOTRA, and distinguished government officials from Latin America and the Caribbean, and all the representatives from various companies in LAC and Korea, who are the key players of this event. I extend my sincere gratitude and warm welcome to each and every one of you for taking the time to participate in this inaugural innovation and trade forum between Korea and LAC. With nearshoring opportunity to North America and abundant natural resources, the LAC region is expected to play a crucial role not only in meeting the growing investment demand in new industries, but also in realigning the global supply chain. The trade volume between Korea and LAC reached a historic high of $57 billion in 2021, and Korean companies have invested approximately $26 billion in LAC. The cooperation between two sides is expected to further expand. Today's gathering has been convened to address the increasing cooperation demand by establishing a platform for private sector exchanges in LAC and discussing collaboration strategies to expand the participation of companies from both sides in the LAC business arena. The Export-Import Bank of Korea, serving as the Korea's export credit agency, as well as ODA agency, has actively provided financial support for a cooperation project between Korea and LAC. Up until now, we have supported many large-scale projects through more than $5.4 billion export financing, such as metro, gas combined power plants, and LNG facilities in Panama, Mexico, Peru, and Chile. Recently, in response to the escalating uncertainty in the global financial markets, we have been actively expanding financial support for innovative industries such as digital infrastructure, e-mobility, battery, and semiconductor. In addition, we provided $2.1 billion EDCF loans for the development project in the field of climate change, ICT, and social infrastructure in Latin American countries. Also, we are conducting knowledge sharing program, KSP, to share Korea's economic growth model and experiences with the region. To make financial cooperation more efficient and more effective, we are closely collaborating with the IDB through the co-financing facility. In the future, we will continue to actively support the collaboration opportunities for Korea and LAC with various financing tools. This is a saying in LAC that I often quote to emphasize the importance of accumulated experience. It goes, El tiempo enseña más que 100 maestros de escuela, meaning time teaches more than 100 school teachers. As we celebrate the 61st anniversary of diplomatic relations between Korea and LAC, I hope this innovation and trade forum will serve as a platform to build more closer and more constructive partnership. Lastly, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all those who worked diligently to prepare for this event, including IDB friends. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
And now let's welcome Mr. Sang-soon Kim, Regional Director General for Central and South America, Head Office and Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sang-soon Kim, Regional President of KOTRA Latin America. I extend my sincere gratitude to the distinguished speakers, business leaders, and government officials who have graced 2023 Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum with their presence today. Especially, I'd like to give thanks to Jae-won Kim, Director General of the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, Thomas Bermudez, the General Manager, Country Department, Central America of IDB, Jung-Gyu Park, Vice President of the Action Bank of Korea, and Gabriel Llorio, Deputy Minister of Finance and Public Credit of Mexico, for making this event more special. Over the past 3 years of pandemic, the world has undergone a rapid digital transformation, announcing the emergence of the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing this global shift, Latin America has been experiencing high demand in digital transformation across the finance, distribution, communications, and industry sectors, driven by the expansion of 5G infrastructure. Given its vast 15% of the world's land area, 8% of the global population, and 6% of the world's GDP, digital transformation in Latin America is sure to play a substantial role when enhancing innovation and better quality of life in the future. 5G deployment will catalyze the development of key components of the digital economy, such as IoT, AI, big data, and cloud technology. Smart farms and smart cities not only promise enhanced productivity, but also emerge as solutions for climate change, contributing to carbon neutrality and energy efficiency. Furthermore, telemedicine system will improve healthcare accessibility throughout the vast Latin American landscape. In this process of digital transformation, various activities such as trade, technology exchange, M&A between Korea and LAC will create a win-win collaboration and yield fruitful results. For this purpose, KOTRA has arranged more than 100 business meetings today. Korea's promising ICT companies in AI, big data, cybersecurity, smart city, and smart healthcare will be meeting many business leaders and entrepreneurs from 8 countries, such as Mexico, Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Peru, Paraguay, Brazil, and Dominican Republic. Today, we find ourselves at the starting line to expand cooperation in the ICT industry between Korea and LAC. From this moment forward, I envision a mutually beneficial future founded upon the trust that has been nurtured over our 60 years of diplomatic relations. Once again, I express my sincere gratitude to all our guests and wish you health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
And now let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Gabriel Llorio, Undersecretary of Finance and Public Credit of Mexico.
Thank you. Good morning. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. So I'm really grateful that you invited me. If you allow me, I will switch to Spanish. Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Es un honor para México ser el anfitrión del primer foro
to be the host for
de Corea,
the
América
first
Latina y el Caribe en la región.
Korea-LAC
Y agradecemos de
forum,
verdad
and we
profundamente
truly
la elección
appreciate
de nuestro país
the
como
having
sede,
chosen
un
our
país donde la
country
cultura,
as the
la
venue,
historia y la
country
innovación
where culture,
convergen
history,
para
and
crear un
innovation
mosaico de oportunidades y
converge to create
experiencias.
a mosaic
En esta
of
ocasión nos
experiences
sentimos
and
especialmente
knowledge
emocionados,
sharing. We are
agradecidos
excited,
por
we
contar
are
con la
grateful
presencia de
for having the
distinguidos
presence
invitados,
of distinguished
incluyen
guests,
viceministro de
including the
Finanzas de
Vice
Corea,
Minister of
que
Economy and Finance of Korea, Young-Won Kim, Director General of Economy and Finance, Jae-Won Kim, and General Manager Central America, IT Mexico, and Thomas Bermudez, who is also our representative here in the country, the Vice President of the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Young-Kyu Park, the Regional Director General for the Central and South America Head Office from the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, Sang-Soon Kim. Welcome, all of you, and I would also like to extend a warm welcome to the forum's participants, this Korea-LAC Innovation Forum and Trade Forum. We have some shared values and economic characteristics that not only strengthen our relationship in a bilateral sense, but also open up doors for collaboration and deeper and more significant one. In the last decades, we have been witnesses to an important growth in bilateral trade between Korea and our country, going from $10 billion in 2000 to $64 billion in 2022. It's an achievement that evidences the synergy and the cooperation efforts between our economies. In Mexico, we value our relationship with Korea, a strategic partner, and it brings us together as one of the main supplier of inputs for exports as well. We are pleased by seeing the presence, the increasing presence of Korean investors in our country, and we are committed with creating a business environment that will favor and promote investments even further. Our country has been consolidated as an attractive place for investment. 174 announcements for investments received with a total of $74 billion from highly prestigious Korean companies with a noticeable presence in the automotive sector. This investment flow has positioned Mexico within the relocation phenomenon, nearshoring in America of Korean companies. With the purpose of intensifying investments in Mexico, Mexico's government has recently issued a decree on nearshoring for companies, offering attractive fiscal incentives for companies to choose to relocate their operations to our country. This is important for sectors in which Mexico and Korea share an interest and have mutual collaboration. We identify a significant potential for expansion and for sustained growth. We are committed with strengthening these initiatives, guaranteeing a favorable ecosystem, fostering joint prosperity. We are now at a crossroad where advanced technologies such as AI, the Internet of Things, robotics, and automation are transforming the way we live, work, and relate to each other. This forum represents an invaluable opportunity to increase our understanding and to together explore the evolution of our industries for them to become more innovative, inclusive, and sustainable. I truly would like to express my appreciation to each and every one of you for your presence, participation. Thank you for your generosity, for having come from so far to Mexico City, to our country. And I am convinced that the discussions and collaborations arising out of this forum will bring outstanding results both for Korea and for the LAC region. We are writing a new chapter, a new page on our shared history, a page marked by innovation, sustainability, and an unbreakable commitment with progress and the well-being of our peoples. Thank you. I wish all of us an enriching and highly successful event. Thank you.
Thank you all for such enlightening remarks. Let me just quickly remind you that we do have translation devices in English, Korean, and Spanish at the back of the hall in case you need one. So I'm personally amazed of the potential that lies ahead in these two following days. And I'm pretty sure many of you can recognize the pivotal role that IDB plays in fostering economic development across Latin America and the Caribbean. And now, to provide us with a deeper understanding and highlight the institution's commitment to foster cooperation between Korea and our region, we are honored to share the following message from Mrs. Anabel Gonzalez, IDB's Vice President for Countries. Let's watch the video together.
morning, and I'm very pleased to join you, albeit remotely, and to welcome you to the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum. Please allow me to first thank our gracious host in the Ministry of Finance and Public Credit of Mexico, as well as our co-organizers, the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, the Export-Import Bank of Korea, and the Korea Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. We thank you for your partnership, and we look forward to our cooperation in realizing the opportunities that increased collaboration between Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean represent for catalyzing economic growth. We at the Inter-American Development Bank are privileged to be able to play an important role in bringing Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean closer together, and most importantly, to count on the unwavering commitment of the Republic of Korea as a member of our institution into improving lives through sustainable and inclusive economic development. Since joining the bank in 2005, the Republic of Korea has been steadfast in its support not just for IDB operations, but for Latin America and the Caribbean more generally, and there is no stopping for such support. The economic relationship between LAC and Korea has come a long way since the early 1990s, with bilateral trade growing at an impressive annual rate of 11.5%, reaching a record high of US $64 billion in 2022, a six-fold increase from the $10 billion traded in the year 2000. The trade boom was followed by $26 billion in Korean investments in the region since 2000, with Korean firms being present, for example, in the extraction and processing of lithium in Argentina, as well as in the production of electrical vehicle auto parts in Mexico. Amid a string of disruptive shocks to the global economy, including protectionist backlashes, growing and interrelated food, energy, and climate crisis, and a fast-moving digital transformation, LAC and Korea can leverage and reinforce their trade and cooperation ties to turn challenges into bilateral and global opportunities for inclusive and sustainable growth. In the context of realignment of supply chains, there is clearly room to explore how to further deepen and connect LAC and Korean firms. This Innovation and Trade Forum seeks to build upon our collaboration with Korea and our efforts to expand trade and investment between both regions by amplifying private sector engagement and introducing innovative Korean technologies to Latin America and the Caribbean. Fundamentally, we have decided to convene this forum because Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean have a set of policies, institutions, and comparative advantages that, if reinforced and leveraged by trade and cooperation, can turn the current shocks to the global economy into bilateral and global opportunities for inclusive and sustainable growth. For example, the two economies are well placed to contribute to effective solutions to the ongoing global food, energy, and climate crisis. LAC is the world's largest net exporter of food and agricultural goods, 15% of the world's exports. It is also one of its most productive, with significant unexploited agricultural land and freshwater resources. It has enormous potential to stabilize and lower international food prices, benefiting consumers in Korea and elsewhere. As closing the food gap cannot come at the expense of the planet, it will have to come mostly from innovation rather than land use and deforestation, which already account for 18% of the region's carbon emissions. This is where the partnership between Korea and LAC could make a significant contribution by leveraging the former's world-renowned innovation system to boost the latter's already considerable efforts to harness new digital and microbiology technologies to increase agricultural yields. The synergy of LAC and Korea's integration can also make both countries and the world better prepared to face short and long-term energy challenges. LAC, which holds 20% of the world's oil reserves, has the resources to step in and offer Korea and the world a secure supply. LAC has also one of the cleanest energy matrices in the world, with nearly 30% of renewable resources and is well positioned in the supply of minerals that are critical to this transition. It has some of the world's largest reserves of copper, lithium, nickel, silicon, and rare earth elements. The difference in energy endowments also creates valuable opportunities for allocating resources better and reducing the two economies' carbon footprint. LAC has a better chance of abating the carbon emissions of energy-intensive industries such as steel, aluminum, and cement. It could also be more cost-effective in the production of zero-emission fuels such as hydrogen. Korea, in turn, has a strong foothold in segments of the value chain that can boost the supply and shift the demand for energy toward renewables, such as the production of solar panels, lithium batteries, and electric vehicles. The digital transformation also has the potential for trade and investment creation by lowering information, logistics, and regulatory costs, as well as by enabling new trade modalities like e-commerce and varieties, digitally transmitted goods and services. Korea and LAC have just begun to explore these new opportunities. Bilateral trading services between the two sides represents merely 14% of their bilateral trade in goods. Substantial investments in information and communication technologies infrastructure will be required, particularly in LAC. As a major supplier of ICT goods, Korea could be a vital partner in this process. We must also work to promote deeper cooperation in technology and innovation, which can not only help drive the digitalization of LAC's economies, but also to increase the productivity of its firms and help them move up in the value chain with a more diverse and complex export basket. Materializing these opportunities also requires that Korea and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean continue to work together to strengthen the World Trade Organization and the multilateral rules-based trading system. A free, fair, inclusive, non-discriminatory, transparent, predictable, and stable trade and investment environment is critical in allowing firms in Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean to expand their ties and turn these opportunities into businesses that benefits both regions. The work that Korea and the countries in our region undertake together at the WTO, of which their joint leadership in investment facilitation negotiations is an outstanding example, is precisely on track, and we hope that they can collaborate further in the future. The public-private conversations that will take place over the next 2 days will focus on these opportunities, and we are certain that they will not only provide a roadmap for the role of IDB in bringing Korea and LAC closer together, but more importantly, lead to specific and actionable innovation and trade opportunities that will benefit consumers, workers, and firms in both economies. I thank you for your attention, and I wish that we have a very successful forum and a bright future of strong Korea-LAC partnership.
A big thank you to Mrs. Gonzalez for sharing this important message. So the first Korea-LAC Innovative and Trade Forum was celebrated in 2007, and I think after these wonderful remarks, it is clear that great opportunities have already been created, and there are great opportunities that lie ahead, economically, technologically, but also, I'm sure, great friendships. So if you're okay, let's just begin our first panel session of the day. The potential of, remember, we are live broadcasting, and you are more than welcome to use your social media with the hashtag Korea-LAC to amplify our message. So let's give a warm welcome to our moderator, Mr. Fabrizio Operti, Manager of the Integration and Trade Sector at IDB. Mr. Fabrizio, welcome. And also our panelists, Mr. Rodrigo Maluf, Vice Minister of Investment and Exports of Paraguay, Mrs. Gabriela Ruggeri, Managing Partner, Overboost, Mr. Jose Cobos, Global Sales Director at Nowports, Mr. Iong Hwan Cha, CEO and President of the Korea Trade Network, Mr. Iong Hwan Yu, former Minister of Industry, Trade and Energy of Korea. Welcome, everybody. It's truly a pleasure to have you here. Fabri.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again to everyone, and welcome to the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum. We started this series a very long time ago. I was there to coordinate it in 2007, only a few years after Korea had joined the bank. And it's an enormous privilege to bring the Korea-LAC Trade and Investment Forum and opportunities and meetings and networking and knowledge. No, it's not just panels. It's the opportunities that they generate to bring it to the region, to bring it to this wonderful and vibrant Mexico City. Long gone are the days where the two economies, the two regions looked inward, import substitution. That was a very long time ago. The two regions are looking to each other, are complementing each other, are trading and investing at record levels. But the opportunities are far from exhausted, and that's why it's so important to hold these meetings and these conversations. Today we're going to, our event is innovation and trade, so where technology meets trade. And in many ways, technology is a big incentive for more trade creation and diversification. In fact, digital technologies, according to the WTO, which our Vice President was mentioning, can grow in average 2.5 points higher of that trade just through the technologies. There's some factors there. Digitalization, which is not only connectivity, is developing digital skills is key for trade. That can yield GDP gains of almost 17% according to the IDB. Of course, connectivity and infrastructure, online platforms, many of the Korean entrepreneurs and institutions are using connectamericas.com is our platform, the IDB business run platform, and that's very useful as well. And of course, the talk of the town, no? Artificial intelligence. That is a game changer and has also a potential to grow and change trade. And just before the conversation, I'd like to give a little context for the relationship between Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'd like to characterize it by 3 Fs. My name is Fabricio. This one is also with an F, 3F. And that is fast growth, few countries, and few products. So that's where we depart. Fast growth. Korea-LAC's total bilateral trade flows have grown more than 6-fold, 6 times, during the last 2 decades, from 10 billion in 2000 to an all-time high of 64 billion in 2022. So super fast growth. Yet few countries, Chile, Brazil, Mexico, Peru, and Argentina capture 90% of those opportunities. And also few products. LAC exports to Korea are heavily concentrated in commodities, mainly fuels and mining and agricultural products. And our imports are mainly manufactured goods, especially cars and ships and ICT goods. There are sectors like services and digital services and software and music and entertainment and many other sectors, niches that are growing and that we have to look at as well. And the investment is in an all-time high as well. Investments surged 70% in 2021, Korea and FDI in the region, nearly 2 billion, and similar levels in 2022. We have to keep reducing trade barriers, negotiating agreements, market access, double taxation agreements, investment agreements. We have to reduce trade costs, logistics costs, and especially information costs. And that's what this type of forum is about. So talking about policy, no one better to start than our friend Rodrigo Maluf. Welcome, Rodrigo, Vice Minister of Investments and Exports of Paraguay. also a very vibrant economy. What emerging technologies and trends, Rodrigo, you think are most likely to shape the future of trade and investment? And where do government policies and regulations come in to foster or hinder this? And would like to tell us a little bit more about that. And welcome.
Thank you, Fabricio. Nice to be here. I think you started with a question that we could lecture each other and have a whole day to discuss this. What we're seeing from Paraguay, from the center of South America, and from one of the emerging economies of Latin America, are trends that are market, not barriers anymore, but market impositions or market
determined.
Yeah. So Paraguay, which is a food producer, we produce food for 60 million people around the world. We are starting to see that the developed countries are eager to know where these products come from, how are they produced, are they in harmony with the environment, with the communities. So this trend that we're seeing in Europe and in the US and from also developed countries like Korea, Japan, are starting to move our vision towards how can we, with technology, answer the questions that the world has about the products that are being produced in Paraguay. So it's crazy. We look at technologies around the world and we are wowed by the fact that they know us, right? A lot of developments that show that people are understood much better than by governments. So I'm gonna loop in with what we as government in emerging countries have to do. We need to know people better. We need to know where we're treating everyone with the same structure, with the same eyes, and technology showing us that we can treat people knowing already who they are and giving them what they need, right? This we see in programs that we're in our emerging countries. We're looking at traceability of products, but again, doing business in emerging countries when a government has barriers of a lot of documentation or in order to do transnational commerce, we have to deal with the cross-border transactions, and we're not connecting, Paraguay is not connecting with Brazil and knowing who's sending the money that's paid from one border to the other. And a lot of process has to be done in order for that transaction to happen. So as government, our policies are gonna go towards knowing who the person who's doing the transaction is doing. All of this digital economy and e-commerce, we have to work understanding who's doing the transaction, and the same goes with products, right? Where it's coming from, allowing the consumer in developed countries to know where they come from. Right?
Great, thank you, Rodrigo. We have to let the technologists know who our countries are. We're working with investment promotion agencies and artificial intelligence precisely to do that, to push that. Gabriela from Argentina, welcome. How are new technologies impacting the venture and startup landscape in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean today?
Thank you, Fabricio, and thank you for the IDB. A pleasure being here and fostering this relationship with Korea. I believe that new technologies have positioned Latin America in a very interesting place and have generated an increased global attention and investment towards the region. Latin America is now considered the second region in terms of the destinations of global investments in the emerging world. And these new technologies, paired with successful startups that we've seen in different countries, such as Rappi, Nubank, Mercado Libre, and others throughout the region, they have transformed digitally Latin America. And if we look at what the venture industry represents, when Mercado Libre started in 2008 to today, the size of the investment coming into the region tenfolded. And the value of the tech companies in an aggregated matter did so too. So we believe that that will continue, and with new technologies, that trend will only accelerate. Latin America is a very attractive market. Latin America and the Caribbean, of course, we're a market of over 600 million people. And if you consider the synergies and the closeness because of languages and because of culture and customs that we have, that makes us, a region working cooperatively with new technologies, impressively attractive to the world in general, and very fruitful and the continuous growth. A second point I would say is the new technologies enable digital financial inclusion, and that is a important factor due to the significant number of unbanked populations still present in Latin America, and accessing or providing financial inclusion to those segments in the population and the fintech startups leveraging those services are very significant. Right now, and I see we're all holding different things in our hands, but cell phones, this has been the major enabler, and today it continues to be the major enabler into financial services into Latin America, and that's how technology is changing the life of a lot of people. We still, although other forms of connectivity have grown less, but cell phone penetration is at 140% in the region. So that means everybody's connected. So everything we try to do in Latin America and the possibilities we have with technologies coming from other regions. And I believe that we share sort of that aspect between Asia, Korea, and Latin America, and that's very interesting too, and we see different startups in the fintech world at the forefront in Latin America being the main area where investments have been directed in the recent years. We have seen another factor, technology and new technologies, as you very well mentioned, Rodrigo, have expanded e-commerce, and post pandemic, the world has realized that the growth of e-commerce and the adoption that sort of needed that final twist continues to be there and continues to be very significant. And Latin America has been the largest region in e-commerce growth post-pandemic, and all the delivery revolution and all the logistics associated with it. And that's very important with companies like Logi and others in the region. The other very important aspects is that we are seeing a more mature Latin America in terms of adoption of technology, where we see local solutions to local problems. In agriculture, for example, the use of artificial intelligence and IoT to improve the quality and the knowledge we have of the of particularly food that is produced throughout Latin America, which is, as a region, the largest, or one of the largest areas in the world in terms of food production. And we see that on the logistics part and the presence of IoT enabling those, as well as we see it, for example, in education, and EdTech has been able to make education accessible and reachable to a lot more people throughout the region. And finally, I believe new technologies have set up a base of collaborative ecosystems and support structures throughout the region. We have a set of accelerators, new funds, different funds in venture capital in different stages that are able to have the full cycle in terms of connecting with other funds and connecting with investors from other regions and seeing the potential of companies expanding beyond the borders of Latin America and connecting with regions like Asia and Southeast Asia and Korea in particular. So we see that. And so to wrap up, although we see challenges that remain and geopolitical sort of situations in movement right now or in the region, the infusion of technologies in Latin America, both in the venture and startup landscape, is driving the growth of the region. And we believe that to be so and to continue to evolve and will remain at the heart of the entrepreneurial spirit of the region.
Great. Thank you, Gabriela. Lots of elements in common, a very entrepreneurial, very dynamic region, as you can tell from Gabriela's comments, and many things in common also with Korea. Very entrepreneurial regions. We love barbecue. You love barbecue. We love soccer. As a Uruguayan, I'm very happy after yesterday with Brazil. Not so happy with Korea in the World Cup, which you played very well. But anyway, you talked about logistics and supply chain and technology. And that is a very good lead to Jose Cobos from Mexico. Jose, how can you provide some examples of how the integration of AI and IoT, Internet of Things, is enhancing, improving, and changing supply chain management currently, and the impact over the next decade? This is very important. The supply chains, we know, are moving, and so you're in a very important sector. Welcome.
Thank you, Fabricio. Thanks for having me here today, and I'm very honored to be part of this event. So yeah, definitely supply chains are typically very complex, and that complexity comes mainly because there are a lot of stakeholders involved in that operation, right? And all those stakeholders, they have to share information all the time in order to make the process work properly, right? And the problem we have right now with technology is that normally that share of information is happening in a very manual way, using a very traditional means of communication, such as email and so on, right? And so you have, for example, suppliers, you have transport companies, you have government institutions, you have financial institutions, you have shipping lines, airlines, all those stakeholders sharing information in a very old-fashioned way. So what we are seeing with these new technologies is that, for example, IoT, all the technology around IoT, is helping to enhance that communication between the stakeholders, right? It's making that communication more, let's say, in real time, is making or helping to make that communication more accurate, and that's, of course, helping the whole process. On the other side, or on top of that, you have AI, which is taking all that information, which is having from the IoT systems, and helping us to make faster, better and more agile decisions, by analyzing all that data, right? And so we have some of the examples in our industry. For example, we have the real-time tracking, in which we can put some devices into, for example, a container, and we can track in a real time where the container is at any time, right? And additionally to that, these devices are helping us to, for example, get information about the environment inside the container, such as the temperature, for example, humidity, even if the pallet has been received, I don't know, like a heat or something like that, we can track that. And when you use all that information and you put it on the AI system, then you can start talking about how do we improve, for example, the route, right? How do we improve the loading of the container? How do we improve the packaging of our goods, right? And so that's generating a lot of value for our customers. Another good example of these new technologies, we can see it in our industry, we can see it in the warehouse automation. I'm pretty sure you already know that we are using robots in the warehouse, which is, for me, pretty amazing. Those robots are using or are combining IoT technology because those robots are connected to several systems within the warehouse and are using AI to make predictions of the inventory, for example. So every time someone is in the e-commerce, someone is purchasing something, the warehouse can automatically know that that will happen in the next minutes and prepare the order immediately. So those robots are doing picking, packing, sorting, and of course that's helping us a lot to improve efficiency. Those robots can work around the clock. They can increase efficiency, as I say, and that's also bringing a lot of value to the customers. And another good example that I have is the predictable maintenance. You know that more and more we see that in our cars, but it's also having a lot of impact on the trucking industry, for example, or machinery, in which we can also put some devices into the engines, and those devices will help us to detect if certain parts are more likely to fail, for example, right? Not only in the trucks, but also in the machinery. And then putting that into AI technology or systems, then we can talk about like how do we improve, for example, maintenance, or how do we predict the maintenance on time in order to avoid extra costs, right? And answering your question about what we see for the next decade or in the future, in the near future, we see three big trends. The first one is end-to-end automation. We believe that as AI become more sophisticated, we will see a higher level of automation along the supply chain, the whole process, from the supplier to the end user. And we believe even that in the future, AI might be taking decisions for us. So for example, if the inventory levels are low, the system could automatically place a purchase order to the supplier in order to avoid that inventory breakdown, right? Another big trend that we are seeing is personalized supply chain. The more information we have and the more technology we have to predict demand, we can start talking about how do we personalize those supply chain. And that's, of course, bringing a lot of value for our customers because we can then start to offering personalized products and personalized services to our customers. And last but not least, another big trend, and I think this is very important, is the sustainability in the supply chain, right? Supply chain is typically a very, I would say, environmental unfriendly process. And the more information we have and the more technology we have to make predictions, we can start talking about how do we, for example, how can we reduce the footprint in our operation? How can we improve, as I mentioned before, for example, the loading of the container to make the better use of the space? How do we reduce waste? How do we improve packaging and so on?
Thank you, Jose, and congratulations on Nowports and your company, all the great things you're doing. Hopefully you have very good meetings with our Korean colleagues. And now we turn to the Korean vision from Mr. Cha, from KTNet. Welcome. And what role does KTNet play in facilitating international trade and investment? And how have your services evolved in response to all these changing market dynamics and technological advancements?
고맙습니다. 여기 초대해 주셔서 퍼블리시께 또 특별히 감사를 드립니다. 먼저 KTNet이 어떤 회사인가 한번 소개해 드리겠습니다. KTNet은 코리아 트레이드 네트워크의 약칭이고요. 1991년에 정부의 무역 원활화 계획에 따라서 무역협회가 설립한 전자무역 플랫폼 회사입니다. KTNet은 수출 수입 신고서, 신용장, 외환 수입 수출 요건 확인과 같은 무역을 하는 과정에서 하는 모든 문서를 전자적으로 전달하고 받는 그런 플랫폼 회사입니다. 이를 통해서 대한민국에 있는 무역 회사들은 더 이상 세관이나 은행, 요건 확인 기관을 직접 방문하지 않고 온라인으로 무역 업무를 수행하고 있습니다.
and all the processes. The companies don't need to do physical work, but they do it through the digitization of our platform. So the companies, the agents, the customs agents, the warehouses, and all of these entities involved, all the actors involved in international trade are on our platform, and we are digitizing over 600 types of documents and 500 million transactions that take place through our platform. So what is more important is to verify compliance with the requirements related to imports and exports without having to do a physical visit in person, to be able to perform this verification through this e-platform. That is the way to guarantee transparency. There is no personal contact with public officers. And since 1991, in Korea, $150 million worth volume of international trade. Last year, it has increased tenfold. So this entire process, our digital platform has made a great contribution. Also, for international trade companies have been able to reduce the costs related, both direct and indirect costs, with their respective effects. The cost of over $10 million of savings, that's what they represent. Therefore, what are the adaptations that we are making in view of the recent technological changes? We are transcending even the goal of having zero paper offices. That's the B2G and B2B service through digital platform services. That's a seamless service. That means that we have made this transition toward seamless e-trade based on cloud-based services. This is the development of our services related to new technologies, and we apply AI, chatbot, and also deep machine learning. We also make automatic recommendations for suppliers, and we have customs codes, which are international harmonized codes, HS code, and we offer that automated service through our platform. And through the service based in the cloud, not only by means of computers, but also offering customs transactions through mobile devices. We use artificial intelligence, open API, and also recently big data-based services using ChatGPT. We also deal with the development of marketing techniques and also service ideas developments. That's what we are investing in currently. If we consider that our company, we provide services on a daily basis in all the environments related to international trade, we are investing 10% of our revenues into R&D for new technologies. All this with the purpose of facilitating international trade processes even further. Our investment is not enough, and we wish to increase our investments in all of these aspects, these areas, in order to facilitate international trade through these technologies.
We know KTNet well. You're at the forefront of technology and trade facilitation. We met with all your team, and you're always doing new things, though. It's hard to catch up, and hopefully we can do many more things together with IDB and our customs agencies and our trade facilitation institutions. Last but certainly not least in this first round is my good friend Mr. Zhu, a former Minister of Industry, Trade and Energy of Korea, with whom We partnered to start this back in 2007. So having you here is very, very nice. How have emerging technologies begun to transform trade and investment linkages between Korea and Latin America? What's already going on? What are the mutual interest sectors? Tell us a little bit about that, Mr. Zhu, and welcome.
Thank you, Fabrizio. Emerging technologies such as electric vehicles, batteries, renewables, and ICT are already having a significant impact on the trade and investment relations between Korea and Latin America. For example, in the field of electric vehicles, in addition to Hyundai Kia, LG Electronics recently commenced the production of electric vehicles powertrains, focusing on electric motors and inverters in Mexico just last month. And with regard to batteries, Korean companies like POSCO have made investment in the extraction of lithium for batteries in Argentina. As the electrification of automobile gains momentum, more Korean firms will look to Latin America as a source of green metals, such as the copper, nickel, and lithium, especially in countries like Chile, Peru, and Argentina. Given these countries' initiatives to move up the value chain on green metals, I believe Korean firms will likely to enter the processing, refining, and even battery upstreams such as precursors, anode and cathode, as well as mining. And with regard to renewables, Korean companies have already made the investment in solar plant and wind farms in Mexico, Chile, and across Latin America. Down the road, future collaboration will include green hydrogen, solar panels, and wind towers, and ESS. And finally, with regard to ICT, ICT has already expanded trade formats and items through cross-border e-commerce and digital delivery of services, particularly K-pop, K-drama, and K-movies and online games. And this recent phenomenon of K-pop has led to the boosting overall image and sales of Korean products such as K-food, K-cosmetics, and other Korean consumer goods. Going forward, cross-border e-commerce, software and app development, AI, IoT-based smart cities and smart factories, and biotechnology and healthcare will see increased collaboration between Korea and Latin America. I believe this trend of emerging technologies playing a pivotal role in enhancing trade and investment ties is expected to continue, especially given the US-China geopolitical rivalry, which has led to the global supply chain rebalancing. In this regard, I'd like to suggest two things. One is now is time for Latin America to think about creating a pan-LAC FTA, which is similar to African Continental Free Trade Area. Although there's a difference in levels of development, infrastructure, and trade regimes, as my colleague from Argentina mentioned, the language is similar and culture is almost same. So why not build such a free trade area, which will create the combined GDP of $6.2 trillion and population of 666 million. And I believe that can facilitate intra-regional as well as inter-regional division of labor in the value chain of emerging industries. If Korea-LAC FTA is not feasible, why not building a digital single market based upon the existing digital trade clauses of USMCA, FTA, and the CPTPP? And another point is how important integrating technology and reaching a global audience is. Let me take K-pop as an example. K-pop not only integrates music and dance, but also incorporates latest ICT technologies, such as SMS, YouTube, online streaming, AI, and metaverse to reach a global audience. It started by a small business, and it has since grown into a massive industry with large corporations created. K-pop has had ripple effect, influencing other entertainment sectors, as I mentioned, K-movie, K-drama, and online games. And it has even extended to other industries, K-food, K-consumers. In contrast, Latin pop has global popularity, has gained global popularity, as seen in Despacho, right? But Latin pop has not transformed into a significant industry that triggers the development of related sectors, as in the case of K-pop, to the same extent. To address this disparity, I suggest to Fabrizio that IDB may study how K-pop has become such a significant industry, and whether and to what extent experiences and initiatives used in the promotion of K-pop can be replicated to Latin pop or other music genres as full-fledged industries. I believe this entails integrating technology, adopting a global orientation, and fostering industrial development mindset.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zhu. You covered a lot of ground from lithium to K-pop, but I think it's the potential. The potential we have of a complementary relationship. We are very focused on services and digital, so we have lots to talk about after this. We don't have that much time left, so what I suggest is that we keep this second round quite short and concise and punchy, and just for a couple minutes each. So for some reflections on some very important subjects, we've covered a lot of ground. So we go back to Rodrigo again. Rodrigo, just a minute or two on R&D, the importance on research and development, very much related to all these sectors.
Okay, so again, Fabrizio, the list is long. Many things can be done in R&D from the government side. I'll focus on three things. Education is the most important one for us from emerging countries. Right now, we're educating 400 engineers. Well, starting to educate 400 engineers in assembly of auto parts in Korea with KATEK. For example, there's a collaboration there that's working. We need to open data to the world. That's one thing that our government and governments in emerging countries have to do in order for people to work with information and then make better decisions. There's a whole thing going around with intellectual property and AI and how is this gonna end up, but we need to defend intellectual property in order for more development to happen in our emerging economies. And there's this space for public-private partnerships. We have a technological park in Paraguay, which is a good experience. It's receiving companies and this I was speaking about the KATEK Paraguay partnership to understand how to assemble electric vehicles in Paraguay, and and start working on a vision of the assembly of cars in Paraguay. That's a way to make things work in R&D.
Thank you so much. And Paraguay is in an amazing juncture with a lot of opportunities. Gabriela, the key characteristics of a startup, many startups are here today, what that make them successful, to predict success. Give us a few examples.
That's success is very difficult to predict in general, but I would say that on the startup, the founding team is the basis of all of this. The diversity of skill sets, the adaptability, the common and shared vision and commitment to the project. Then as we go to the company, establishing product market fit or iterating as much as needed in order to adapt to consumer needs. Sustainable business model, the size of the opportunity, understanding the size of the opportunity and the growth potential. If we see that and we see traction and we see the financial discipline to take that forward, we'll see that with an efficient capital allocation and with a culture of collaboration, if we join those ingredients, which seem very easy to say, but not as easy to find, we'll see high-impact entrepreneurs prosper and companies cross borders and frontiers. What we've seen in terms of connectivity of the region through the K-pop culture has been amazing. You see both regions connecting and looking to understand each other a lot more, and younger generations do. So we keep on looking for those founding teams moving forward.
Excellent, thank you, Ariel. Lots of important elements there to take note. Jose, transparency, sustainability, why it's so important in supply chains?
Well, both are definitely adding a lot of value to our customers, right? These benefits come mainly from the use of technology and data to streamline the supply chain process. I will, let you know some of the benefits that we are seeing in our industry working with our customers using our platform, right? The first one is the reduction of costs. By using digital technology, you can help customers reducing their costs by, reducing the manual labor they have to do and the paperwork they have to do all the days. We can be faster, or we can improve the time to market, which is also very important for our customers, might be the competitive advantage they need to put their products into the market. Of course, if we are able to improve efficiencies through the digital system, then we can improve our customer satisfaction. And last but not least, the environmental impact. Again, we are very into that. We believe that efficiency gains often leads to a reduction of waste, energy consumption, and of course emissions, and contribute to a more sustainable and environmental friendly manufacturing processes.
Excellent, thank you so much. Mr. Cham, small and mid-sized companies, they have challenges to trade and invest internationally. What are your thoughts there on how can they expand their global reach?
예, 특히 중소기업들이 해외 진출할 때
Especially when we talk about SMEs, when they want to launch to a global market, they face problems because of the lack of capital and human resources. And that's why, in the case of many countries, it is the government that helps them in that sense. In the case of Korea, for example, KOTRA is the agency present here, and it collects and compiles information, and it also offers contact networks globally, and also the Kexim Bank offers financing. So for startups and SMEs in Korea, we also have institutions devoted to support international shows, exhibitions, translation services, vouchers, and other services, namely for SMEs linked to the platforms, digital platforms, such as our company. What we do is to provide technical support so that they can reduce the cost of preparation of these services. So, for the startups, international trade, what we provide them is give them the trade registration book. It is intelligent. It has been digitalized because throughout the international trade process, there are many elements that have to be managed. And if we do that as a digital book, that turns out to facilitate things, and also internationally and nationally, we are now seeing that there is a high demand for e-commerce. Therefore, like eBay or Sophie or Guten, which are sites of e-commerce which are very important, the moment the order is placed, they make a customs sworn declaration using the platform seamless directly. And this is a very important service that helps reach more global markets. And we also provide our support so that they can have more access to the benefits of the trade agreements that our country has signed. For example, the certificates of origin. They don't know many times the requirements, or they don't know the advantages that they can have at the customs detaxation calendar. So we upload all this information in our platform so that the companies can have access in an automatic fashion, and therefore through this system, they can directly issue the certificates of origin and store this information for 5 years as a historic record, so that they can later make the historic review of all the international transactions. And recently, we have discovered more new technologies to take better advantage of all the pre-existing systems.
High value for SMEs that are key, and in Korea, we know them, they're top notch. Last reflection, because we run out of time, Mr. Ju. Innovation, research and development. Korea has been at the forefront, we know, in the last half century, has changed dramatically. How can we bring more of that to the region? More of the Korean universities and the R&D centers to look not only at copper, cobalt, lithium, but also at the services around them, the copper engineering, the lithium technologies, and we can add value together?
Okay, that's a very good question. Yeah. There are 4 key elements to promote innovation and R&D. Number 1, creating an open and competitive environment and embracing technological advancements ahead of others. For example, ICT revolution and the ongoing post-industrial revolution. By doing so, you should inject the mindset to your firms that staying competitive is staying innovative. And the only way to survive in this open and competitive and technologically developed economy is to innovate. That's number 1. Number 2, strong and consistent government support for R&D and human resources development. Korea spends nearly 5% of its GDP to R&D expenditure and boasts the highest number of researchers per 1,000 inhabitants globally. And Korea provides massive R&D grant, subsidies, and very attractive R&D tax credit to businesses, universities, and research institutions. And also we created research clusters and science parks to promote a closer collaboration among universities, firms, and research institutions. Crucially, the Korean government aligns its R&D development, R&D budget, and its education budget with future investment development plans so that we can minimize any waste. And at the same time, we support the development of a highly skilled and educated workforce with an emphasis on STEM education. This helps create talent pool for innovation. Okay? And third, innovation-friendly regulatory framework, such as regulatory sandbox, which promotes emerging fields like fintech, edtech, and autonomous vehicles, and also robust global standard-compatible IPR protection mechanism, which gives incentives for innovation. And finally, the support for startups through venture capital investment and the incubators, accelerators, and all the support system.
Thank you, Mr. Ju. Thank you, panelists, for this fascinating conversation. Much to learn from Korea, much to do between our regions. I offer a round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you, Fabricio. Thank you very much. It's been truly interesting to realize the opportunities honestly seem endless when looking into the future and, of course, into K-pop. Technology has closed clearly the gap between people, but it's also a valuable tool ahead to get to know our customers better and also to predict demand in supply chains. Everything really, truly fascinating. I'm also happy to hear that one of the big challenges that lie ahead has to do with sustainability and the way we can come together and work together to guarantee sustainability as part of the heart of our businesses. So for our next panel, coming into that point exactly, we're going to explore how we can guarantee that everyone benefits from growth. I have the pleasure of inviting our moderator, Mr. Guillermo Alarcón, Telecom Lead Specialist. Welcome. And our panelists, Mr. Hubert Vargas, Vice Minister of Telecommunications of Costa Rica, Mr. Marcelo Alemán, CEO at Digicel El Salvador, Mr. Jeon Min Kim, Team Leader of Global Strategic Partnership at LG U+, and Mr. Juan Illich Pérez Garcia, General Counsel for Mexico at Samsung SDS. Thank you very much for joining us this lovely morning.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Good? Okay. My name is Guillermo Alarcón. I'm lead telecom specialist at the IDB in Washington, D.C., and I am honored to moderate this panel with Hubert Vargas, Vice Minister of Telecommunications of Costa Rica, Marcelo Alemán, CEO of Digicel in El Salvador, Jeon Min Kim, aka Elvis, Team Leader of Global Strategic Partnerships at LG Plus from Korea, and my fellow Mexican compatriot, Juan Illich Pérez Garcia, General Counsel for Samsung SDS from Miami and Mexico. All distinguished international experts who will help us to deal with the theme of our panel, which is how to harness the power of inclusive digital infrastructure for sustainable economic development. Today, we can bring connectivity to the moon if it need be. Technology is that advanced today. How do we do it in an inclusive and sustainable way? That's the challenge. I want to kick this off by sharing with you that in Spanish language, we have two words to translate sustainability. We say sostenible to talk about financial sustainability, and we say sustentable to talk about environmental, social, and climate change aspects of their projects and initiatives. These are important distinctions of the word sustainability that in English they normally have another word associated to be more precise. With that said, the two aspects are very dear to IDB and to the country, member countries. I need to remind panelists that we will have like 3 minutes or 3, 4, let's say, but not a lot. We have for answering the questions. To have to let some time at the end for a quick wrap up. And I would like to start with Vice Minister Hubert. Could you please provide us with insights into Costa Rica's approach to digital infrastructure development and how it aligns with the country's broader economic development goals?
Thank you, Luis Guillermo, for your introduction and for raising this relevant question for our present, not only Costa Rican, but also I think that some of the points can also be shared with other countries. I think that in terms of public policy, we are currently starting from introspection. In terms of connectivity, we have lost at least 8 to 10 years of the pace, of the global pace in terms of infrastructure of telecommunications. And also, we have to be introspective about the disbalance and inequality that we have in Costa Rica. And connectivity is actually at the core of this challenge, right? And in order to face this challenge, we started a joint commission between some ministries of the government, the 84 municipalities in Costa Rica, and also the private sector. And this joint commission is in order to coordinate the deployment of the installation of this telecommunication infrastructure that we need to actually speed up our development, right? This commission basically based its scope in terms of the deployment, the safe deployment of this infrastructure, looking for efficiencies integrated across all the system, sustainability, and actually to guarantee the free competition and quality of this infrastructure. So this public policy is actually written in a planification document, like a national development plan that we have for telecommunications. And both this plan and the commission, it is based or it is focused in terms of the 5G deployment that is key for Costa Rica's development. 5G deployment is strategic for Costa Rica because this inequality that we have is actually explained because of our geographical distribution that we have. We are really successful to attract investment and also to promote exports from the metro area, like San Jose, Heredia, Costa Rica, San Jose, Heredia, Alajuela, and Cartago are the 4 provinces that are really successful in terms of job creation, sharing development conditions for our population, but we have 3 provinces that are almost left behind systematically because of our public policies of the past. And we are tackling that, and connectivity is the core of this challenge because in order to create more tourism, in order to create more jobs, we have to connect better these areas. Basically are the costs, our cost, Punta Arenas, Limón, and Guanacaste. We have to connect there in a better way. And 5G is actually key to this. And this is why our tender process for 5G is based, it is designed to actually deploy 5G in the 134 districts that are less connected at the moment. And our 5G tender process actually only requires that the canon fee that they have to, the operators to actually spend or invest in this process, only the 10% are going to be required as a collection from the government, and the 90% of that investment is designed to be a quick deployment, to actually provoke a quick deployment of 5G in those areas. And so we're looking to speed up the times and to redeem the times lost that we have.
Wow, that looks like policy for inclusive and sustainable development. Congratulations. And it's also remind me of the Brazilian model
Exactly.
a little bit. So with that, you mentioned 5G, and I go to Marcelo. Marcelo, talking about technology, what are the most exciting trends or upcoming developments in general in digital infrastructure, and how do you believe they will advance the region's economic development?
Okay. Thank you, Guillermo. I think it's very important what's going on right now in terms of technology development. For the region in particular, where we have 140% mobile penetration, give or take, up and down in some countries. In the region, the countries are investing heavily in connecting through fibers. Now 5G is coming. 5G is going to be actually the biggest trend in order to boost economy. Why? Because simply it's faster, better, less latency, more capacity, a lot of things, right? I think it's important what Robert just said in terms of how this is going to be made available for the people. In terms of trends, I think the countries are experiencing right now some unseen investment in terms of data centers in order to boost local economies, local businesses. But I think going forward, there is going to be a mix between these local data centers and cloud computing. Cloud computing is cheaper for some companies. It's OPEX instead of CAPEX. They can have access to much more skills in cloud computing. They can develop faster. I think it's important that once we have 5G networks enabled, the IoT in the region will be a reality. And right now, that what's going on, and it's a fantastic trend with what has been mentioned before, was the artificial intelligence. Everybody have heard about ChatGPT and what's actually happening in the world. What I think is key there is two things that need to move faster. One is fintech, which is already being developed in the country, giving people access to money. And I think before we didn't have that facility. You know, banks were not designed to reach a lot of people. Fintechs are closer to people. Fintechs are digitally driven. And fintech can provide money to people for the moment, for the amount and the time they need it. You know, micro loans instead of big loans. Things that they need mainly for working capital to make their businesses flourish, right? This is enabling a whole ecosystem on e-commerce with deliveries, with online shopping and things like that. And the second part is, and I think this is where our countries are getting a little bit short, is investing in the skills for the people to have the skills of this. For instance, you know, if you want to open an e-commerce, you want to be in a future business, in the business of the future, you need to have an idea of how e-commerce works, not from the technological part, from the user experience part. You need to know what are your options in terms of cash, in terms of fintech. You don't have to have a bank nearby. You just need to have access to the right institution. And the second part is developing these skills from the young age, right? We are in unprecedented times. Youth right now has been born digitally. They know digitally. They have the chip already in their heads. They just need guidance. For instance, in how many schools, high schools, universities, children are being taught how to use these technologies, or even how many are getting coding lessons in order to develop the skills further. So these skills developed will create new opportunities, new companies, and new labor, new workforce, new labor that is going to be actually higher rewarded and is going to boost the economy. So this is something that we need to create. We need to go back to the basics of the economy and see that the development of these skills from young ages is going to be the boost for the future.
Wow, very good. I can summarize the importance of having connectivity to distribute through IXPs and
yes,
maybe submarine cables, international connectivity, and also having all the distribution networks, transmission networks, access networks that are necessary, but it's not only a supply problem. We need to talk about skills, and we need to talk about credit and economic financial facilities so that people can have make it affordable for the people, so that they can see a benefit of using it and that they can access it.
Exactly.
So that's very social for an entrepreneur, I would say. So congratulations for that. I think that we are in sync. And that point, talk to the later point of the previous panel about bringing together academia and government and private sector. On that note, I would like to go back to the examples, and I'll go with Elvis. What opportunities you see of collaboration between Korea and Latin America in advancing digital infrastructure development? How might these two regions benefit from their respective strengths and resources? Maybe you can share an example.
Okay, as you might know, Korea is the first country in the world to commercialize 5G network in 2019. At that time, 65% of population 5G coverage was secured, but still in the outlying areas, service was limited. So to solve this, under the Korean government leadership, Korean major telcos make a joint network and invest together. Joint network is sharing network, yes. But there are lots of issues in there, so we work together and we sequentially expanding the regions by selecting pilot areas. From now on, approximately 90% of population 5G network was secured. And also in outlying areas, also possible 3 years earlier than we expected. In case of LAC, will be not only 5G coverage, also wider infrastructure will be limited. So if LAC utilized on our experience technology, will reduce the cost and also will achieve the expanding the 5G coverage and also increase the internet service penetration through 5G FWA service. Yes, thank you.
Wow, how interesting. So basically reducing the cost through sharing infrastructure.
Yes.
That, I would say it's infrastructure, capacity, and services, because they can share lots of things.
Yeah.
So that, congratulations, that will make it more affordable and make it and help us reduce the gap. Congratulations on that. Juan Paisano, how does Samsung navigate the complexity of different regulatory frameworks in various countries that have all these kind of initiatives while maintaining consistency and compliance with global standards?
Guys, it's a headache, honestly. It's really hard to navigate globally in the legislation and the network, but from an attorney perspective or as from the inside counsel perspective, not just of Samsung, but of any technology or of any global company, especially in Korea, that has these huge conglomerates, which are pretty much into technology-driven investments. Most of the complexity is first having a previous analysis on whether the investment of technology is already in place in the country, or it's just about to start. If there's like an artificial intelligence, if there's already legislation enforced in the country, or if there's no legislation at all. So that's the first emphasis that we have to do as a company, to have an analysis in each country where we're going to land. Second one is to engage into a risk assessment. How dangerous or how safe is to invest and to establish these type of technologies into a particular region of the world. The third one is obviously to have a global policy. I think we all have a global policy. You know, LG has its global policy, Samsung has its global policy, etc. It's pretty much the Korean way of doing things, as in having a corporate strategy. But as well, we have to analyze if there's this peculiarity in each country where we need this maybe supplemental agreement, where we need this particular annex, because we will know, or we do know, that in most countries, maybe we have to do small adaptations depending of the country's requirement, of data privacy, of networking, of hardware, etc. That's where the engineers help us a lot, the lawyers, because, you know, we're kind of not that strong in those peculiarities, but that's how we engage into it. Afterwards, when we engage into it, we need to collaborate each other. You know, when we have these discussions in global entities, discussions with best practices in other countries. What has Korea made to be better in technology? What's Brazil doing, for instance, right now in its legislation? My Brazilian boss, my boss is Brazilian, and the other day he was telling me like, Juan, can you give me the number of that legislation? I was like, no, wait, in Mexico we don't have legislation literally number, no. We just have the name of the law. So we have to share best practices and how it's made in other countries. And also, if it's a better practice or a best practice in other country, adapt it to our particular region, for instance. That's huge. Compliance practices, enforce those legislations. And last but not least, collaborate with the government. A lot of us or a lot of people in different companies usually complain of the different governments. I'm not talking about Mexico. I'm talking about several government agencies. But we don't engage actually into their discussions, and it's important that we do engage as companies into government discussions to raise our hand and to say if the incoming legislative proposal that the government is doing in Mexico or in Korea or in the European Union, etc., it's okay, or why we in our corporate side think of some deficiency or that it can be better. That's pretty much important on the legislative side, to navigate as a company, to know and to plan ahead of what we're investing, and obviously to minimize the risk assessment or the risk that we have as private investors into the into a general region.
How fascinating! A global company having a corporate position on this policy that you mentioned and making a per country analysis to see how much aligned things are. And that brings me back to the Vice Minister Herbert, because you do have a policy and that is creating strategies. So I would like to ask you, what strategies has Costa Rica implemented to increase digital inclusion on those municipalities that you mentioned, remote and underserved?
Okay, and just a small parenthesis, we're here to help, by the way. So, returning to the question, by law, Costa Rica defined that telecommunication access should be universal. So that's by law, and that's a good start. But the challenge is actually to be successful in that implementation of the idea and the policy. So in that same law, the General Telecommunications Law, we created a fund that is called National Telecommunications Fund, FONATEL, which manages all the canon fee that we collect from every telecommunications tender process. And that includes radio and TV even. And in coordination with that fund, my ministry actually created a digital agenda that is comprehensive in order to create digital governance, interoperability. That is almost it's a nice word, interoperability, but it has like magical implications to the lifestyle of every citizen. And also we created a digital solidarity agenda in order to create more easiness in order to implement this universal coverage of telecommunications. So this digital solidarity agenda is based in 9 action goals, but I'm going to summarize the most important, and is the determination that we have to cover 24 indigenous territories. We are being successful in 13 of those. We have 9 that need to be better tackled, and also to connect 262 districts in areas of the country that are the less connected. So this is like the strategy to actually give the fund the following steps in order to tackle this. And we also defined in that agenda that we should subsidize the internet access of schools that are remote located. We actually have to subsidize for this year 100,000 households that are in poor socioeconomic conditions. And we actually subsidize with that fund public spaces in municipalities and even like daycare centers for children and for older people that are socioeconomically vulnerable. And those are some of the implementations that we have to be better in that. We actually know that because of the data that we collect. But that's the strategy that we're planning.
Oh, that's great, because you're tackling both angles, the supply and demand side. So basically, you are collecting, you are redirecting to the supply through different mechanisms, and you are planning to help the consumers and the lower income population. So congratulations.
And this is intended to be a virtuous cycle, because this fund can actually only spend their money in the operators that actually provided the money.
Wow, very clever. We can, as you said, we are here to help as well. Marcelo, now that we're looking into this government and business collaboration, you have a broad international experience in Africa, in Latin America, in the US, etc. How can you think business and government can work together to close the digital divide, in your experience?
I think I would like to start with the first three principles that we saw at the beginning of this trade forum, that said basically trust, mutual benefit, and sustainable was the first one, right? And I think we need to apply those three principles just to answer this question, right? Because it has to be of mutual benefit for the businesses and the government and the society that is going to use these services. There has to involve trust between what we're going to do, what kind of grants we're going to receive, what kind of investments we're going to do. And it needs to be sustainable. It needs to be more than just do it now and then forget about it, right? So I think in terms of regulation, what I heard from Hubert is really nice, it's interesting, because governments in the region, not in the region, all over the world, but I think we have been dealing with old, out-of-date regulation, where governments want to make, one-off cash in on a spectrum, and that's a source of revenue, right? Instead of doing the math, if the concession or the spectrum is a lot cheaper, to facilitate a faster, bigger, more reliable rollouts from operator. What's the impact on the economy? Perhaps 10 years ago, that math didn't add up, but in this time of unprecedented digital adoption, that math adds up, because the more digital an economy becomes, the more the GDP grows, right? So I think it's important to have that discussion and say, okay, we want to invest in a way that is, beneficial and mutual benefit for us. We want to roll out, we want to have presence in the country, but we are in these times, of unprecedented digital adoption, unprecedented cost of capital, unprecedented cost of investment. So it's imperative that governments step in and say, I want my economy to progress on the back of digital, and for that I need to facilitate that investment. And I think that's basically it.
Neatly. I think that you nailed it, because that's you're positioning the two sides in a very collaborative way that makes sense. So I fully endorse. And on that, Elvis, you also have a lot of international experience. You've been also working in many continents, in fact. So with that international experience, I would like to ask you to share a couple of illustrations of successful cross-border collaborations that have advanced connectivity and digital access on a larger scale, not only in one country, but in a larger scale.
Yes. In 2019, together with UN and Korean government's NIA, our company LGU Plus carried out a consulting project to improve the internet speed in Indochina Peninsula. The internet speed was delayed due to the inefficient ISP location and traffic path connecting between countries. ISP is Internet Exchange Point. To solve that, we proposed the optimal ISP location and the optimal path through analysis of existing designed
backbone network and reach. I believe LAC are in the similar situation. To solve this, a borderless borderline could be a key. In addition, that is needed a large-scale investment and construction. I think that active support from IDB and active efforts and communication between people from present here, that is mutual cooperation across the country will be needed. Thank you.
Wow. Yes, I really like that you said the Indochina Peninsula. You didn't mention each specific country one by one. You have this broad vision of a region, like the Amazon region that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is 9 countries, 74 million people, 8.5 million square kilometers, the size of Australia, and you have to see it as a region, I think. So congratulations on that, and the challenges are similar because you have we need first have internet to distribute, like the IXPs that you were saying, the interconnection points. So I really thank you for that sharing, very, very helpful. But that has an angle, Juan, because how a company like Samsung can navigate the complexity of dealing with individual different regulatory frameworks on different countries while maintaining consistency. You mentioned that one, and I think that it's. I would like to go back to that one. How do you deal when you have a global view and then you have all these specificities?
First, after we do the risk, after you do the risk assessments, we have to be specifics into how to deal with different countries and how to engage into those complexities. We have to have these cross-sectional work where not just we work by ourselves as a national or as a regional company. What we do joint trainings with other areas of the companies, with the engineering area, with the IT area, with the support area. So we engage into these best practices. We engage into other best practices with other countries as well. And we obviously take into consideration when we engage between different countries with obvious threats that we will always going to have, such as cybersecurity, for instance, that nowadays even the US government has inputted officially into the CTPAT program, that now the Organization of Customs in Brussels has engaged as well into cybersecurity as an additional threat. And that makes us the complexity, but also the advantage of having to invest into hardware in different countries and having to invest into more complex software so that data protection and consumer and individual protection, it's also maintained no matter if you're in Mexico or no matter if you're in Canada. That's part of how we can deal between these complexities. That's how we navigate with international treaties that force us as companies, but force individuals as well and governments to protect data, to protect individuals. I think that's a critical point in every company, and that's something highly important that every technological company must guarantee to the citizens. Just as you were saying that right now telecommunications in some countries is a human right, so it's also a human right to have, or it will be soon a human right in several countries, to ensure and to guarantee that data protection for children, for adults, for consumers, for other companies in which you're storing data, and also when we can cooperate with some governments in the case that governments engage into promotion of investment into these particular sectors of avoiding or preventing cybersecurity threats, of engaging into new technological investments, such as the Mexican government has recently made with its decree of investment that it's advancing into engaging or promoting some companies to land into Mexico. So that's pretty much important for technological companies as well, to have that cooperation with different governments so that they can further invest in those types of technologies, which will not just benefit that particular country, but other countries as well.
Very good, because you can lower the cost by having global standards and interoperability, and at the same time, making sure that the systems can help the governments to guarantee compliance with their local regulations on, for instance, cybersecurity and data privacy. That's very clever. I congratulate you on that. And I will go back to Vice Minister Hubert on, I mean, we have the word best practices all around the table here. And I would like to ask you, how important is reaching out and having international cooperation and knowledge exchange in the field of digital infrastructure, very dynamic, and how does Costa Rica specifically foster this collaboration?
Okay, first of all, for the Costa Rican context, international cooperation has been key to actually have little or bigger success in different areas. And in that order, I want to be fair and honor Korea, honor Canada, the United States, Mexico, Argentina, Chile, the European Union, and many other more partners that actually helped in our past and that they are actually helping in the present. Also, I think that Costa Rica shares an interesting condition with other countries in the region, that we are not more categorized as a poor country. We are a middle-income country, and that limits the access of international cooperation funds, but not limits the access of actually receiving help of transfer knowledge and also like interchanging best practices. And in that idea, I think that this is an important statement for Costa Rica, but we're open more for different kinds of schemes of cooperation that are, for example, triangular or south-south, and understanding that our position actually allows us not only to ask for help, but also to provide help to our fellow countries, right? And in that idea, if we can help, we're really happy and open to be of help, and we're currently receiving like important efforts that we could also triangulate with other countries. So that's our mindset in this. We're confident of the process that we have developed, but we are more confident, more understanding of the challenges that we have as a country and as a region.
I really think that as a region, Costa Rica in particular, but we as a region, we have a lot to give in international knowledge collaboration with Korea. Why? Because in my experience as an engineer, the most important part of engineering is requirement management. You need to know the requirements. And we have requirements that are different from Africa, are different from Asia, and different from other places. And that is very valuable to plan the systems, to plan the features, to plan the capacities of the systems and technologies coming into the future, so that they can be better adapted to the conditions of Latin America and the rest of the world, of course. I think that just verbalizing the specificities of our markets in a way that it is enriching this knowledge and knowledge exchange will be very, very valuable. So congratulations on that. Marcelo, I would like to come back to you about these standardization and interoperability challenges, because as an engineer, you know that interoperability is easier said than done. There are a lot of things that are sometimes related to those two issues, standardization and interoperability, and there are challenges to have seamless connectivity and communication across different regions and technologies. Your thoughts?
I think, way back in the past, the first steps for interoperability and standardization have been made already, when we used to have CDMA networks in one region, WCDMA networks, GSM and other networks. I think the world adopted the standard of GSM, 3G, LTE, 5G, right? So I think that's the first step. Now we need to go to the second step, right? And the second step, I think, are devices. And devices are strictly correlated to the spectrum that each operator, each country uses, right? For instance, if in a country there are three different operators and each one uses 3 different bands, people that can have cell phones that can allow them to be on those three networks are usually from the middle income higher, right? Because those are expensive devices, right? People that are with a lower income, basically they go for the affordability. And so there's some people even buying 3G phones now, right? Smartphones, but 3G, right? Because they want the operator that gives them the better deal. And maybe that phone doesn't work for in other frequencies, which affects not only the national integration, also the regional integration, especially in Central America that we are so small, right? So I think the next step is actually to create a standard, and maybe IDB can help on this since you are so active on the industry, to make sure that every device that is imported in each country needs to be operable in all the frequencies that are commercially available in the country. That will actually lower the cost. Why? Because manufacturers, they know which frequencies they need to produce, so they can create line of productions, mass productions. Chip makers will know that, operators will have access to this, and competition will foster and boost, right? And the second tier, I think, has to come with what we are discussing about new trends. And with all this new digital-driven economy, data-driven economy, another industry that is going to surge is cybersecurity, right? Now, if there are different standards, different ways of data storage, of security threats, it makes the industry more expensive, less affordable for the consumer, so less growth. So I think we need to start thinking about the next step as well, right? So basically that's it. The first step has been made. The second device needs to be made. And we need to start thinking on what's going to come with all this massive data for private information, storage, cybersecurity threats, everything.
Yes, I very much agree that spectrum coordination and harmonization reduce cost.
Yeah. For instance, let's talk about 5G, right? The spectrum of 5G right now available in the countries are either 3.5, 2.6, or 700, right? So if a country launches 5G on, let's say, 3.5, right? Some countries won't have that spectrum, and devices that have that spectrum are 10% of the population, iPhones, Galaxies, and things like that. So if we manage to have a regulation where all spectrum is available in every handset, we lower the price of the handset, we boost the penetration of 5G, and the regional integration happens, right?
Exactly, and that talks to the universalization of the service or the connectivity as a human right, and also will make easier the life of Samsung trying to navigate 40 different bands for 5G accepted internationally, and every country is choosing different sets of those bandwidth. Yeah, we will talk about that. It's a very long topic about that, just spectrum coordination and harmonization. Very good. And on the cybersecurity, I will come back to you, Juan, later on that one. Elvis, it's clear that we have a very rapid pace of technological advancement. What steps should be taken to ensure that digital infrastructure investments remain future-proof and adaptable to emerging technologies? It changes every time.
Yes. Okay, it is an old example. Korea deployed a high-speed wire infrastructure in nationwide since 1995. It was possible thanks to Korean government leadership, but also organic cooperation between governments, business, and academia. The investment of digital infrastructure should be considered in mid-long term. That is not only accelerate only specific industry, that is increase entire nationwide competitiveness. In case of upcoming 6G, government create a 6G forum, and government and business and academia are playing their respective roles. Business invest and develop the technologies and centralize 6G, and government deregulate and promote policies and bring taxes, and also prepare investment funds. And last, academia conduct research and foster human resources. Yeah.
Wow, so what you're saying is that in order to make it future-proof, we need dialogue between academia, government, and private sector, so that we can have different perspectives in time and application of the technology. And that's the way you do it in Korea, and certainly, I can tell you, we can learn about that in Latin America. We need more dialogue between those three actors. And my last question goes to you, Juan. It's regarding cybersecurity that you brought up, and it was coming from previous questions, and data privacy. What best practices and international standards does the industry adhere to, and how can it prioritize the security of its networks?
In 2018, effective 2019, the US government mandated a new part of the minimum security criteria for all of the companies. That's 100%. It was not just a take it or leave it guideline, but a mandatory guideline for all the companies that export to the US. And that was the cybersecurity part, added to the rest of required physical, information, and personal security guidelines. So it means then it went to the World Customs Organization and made several other countries establish these new parameters. What we have to do as companies is follow up the current trends and try to reach to the most conservative trend in terms of legislation. Because we know that the country, it might be the US, but it might be just other country that usually enforces the most restrictive or the most conservative legislation, other countries are going to follow up with that technological requirements. Some companies such as Samsung has its own systems. Knox and Cello are some systems that are based in blockchain, that are based in pretty much enforced and strengthened cyber security protection. And there's other huge companies, multinational companies that I'm sure they invest. But I'm also very much sure that we can approach governments, and governments can approach us for mutual academia, government, and intercompany cooperation to follow up with trying to have the most restrictive or the most conservative approach, no matter in what country you are working with. We had a very negative example with some of our business associates a couple of years ago. I believe it was back in 2017 or 18. One of them told us that they had this labor situation due to cybersecurity because due to a cybersecurity threat, their payroll had been frozen for over a month for all of the employees, and they had over 5,000 employees in Mexico, so it was not a small company. There was this other cybersecurity threat when another of our partners just, when we called them for some particular issues regarding our company and themselves, they just told us, you know what, can you call us back in 3 months? And we're like, what's going on? Why call you back in 3 months? If it's a small issue, I'm asking. Oh, they said it's because due to a cybersecurity threat, they did erase all of the information of the company, literally all worldwide, and we're trying to recover it. We're trying to recover part of it. They were extorting us to retrieve it. We didn't want to do that, so we're kind of hard doing it. And a couple of years later, I just found out another of our competitors, but also business associates, that was just openly bragging about how they gained billions of dollars thanks to implementation of new cybersecurity policies. So yes, cybersecurity threats are pretty much a reality, and that's how we have to adapt. And my opinion, and this is some of a more subjective part, the most conservative approach that we take from a particular legislation towards implementing it to other countries, the better, because eventually it's going to be required and it's going to be enforced in other countries as well. That's the approach I would take.
Yes, I fully agree. The cybersecurity and data privacy, in my opinion, is also something that needs, it's such a big thing that we need to work together with the best operating practices, because a lot of that is processes and practices from the users, from the companies that are operating, from the actors. A lot of that is technological requirements, as you were saying in the first part of your answer. Another part is legislation and policies. No? So you should, and you must, and you should take care of this and that, and you should enable this and that. So I think that I will wrap it up saying that this, as the knowledge transfer, as the lowering of the cost, and making this affordable and going for a universal service, no one can do it alone. We need to do it in partnership, Korea and Latin America. We need to do it in partnership, government, private sector, academia, and the users, I will add. And with that, I'll wrap it up with 1 minute to go. So I would like to thank my excellent partners here in this panel and the organizers and the Korea government in general. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Thank you, everybody. Closing the gap truly comes to mind after this such interesting session. The possibility of minding our differences while using them to promote growth and collaboration between private initiative and government, the importance of making sure our vision of the future is inclusive and can guarantee the well-being of the population, and helping young people to acquire the necessary skills. Networking seems no doubt essential for these challenges, and this forum provides a great opportunity to do so. Please do remember to use our hashtag Korea-LAC while using your social media, and also to visit the Innovation Alley, which is just right next door. So for our next session, we will explore the possibilities of smart manufacturing, its challenges, and global best practices. Let's hear it from our moderator, Mrs. Marta Fernandez, Senior Investment Officer at Manufacturing at IDBInvest. Mr. Luis Liscano, Executive President of Mexican Federation of Aerospace Industry. Mr. Polo Paredes, EPC Business Director at Rockwell Automation. Mr. Seok Gweun Chan, Co-founder and CTO at ACS. Mr. Myung Yeo Lee, CEO at Dongkwon Sa, Wu, and DK Innovation. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. For IDBInvest, it is a pleasure to discuss today about the new trends in manufacturing, a sector we feel very passionate about, given its role as the main economic support for millions of families across the Latin American and Caribbean region. The manufacturing sector accounts for nearly 16% of the region's GDP and 20% of employment. It is a very powerful driver of development, concentrating around 45% of the region's total exports, 80% in the case of Mexico alone. Yet, despite the relevance of the sector, productivity levels are extremely low and have shown signs of decline. Also, according to the Competitive Industrial Performance Index, the Latin American and Caribbean region is one of the least competitive regions in the world, and current inflationary pressures are not helping in this regard. In this context, it is critical that we speed up digital transformation and the adoption of 4.0 technologies. Evidence has shown that organizations that implement advanced technologies are achieving significant cost reductions, reducing waste, making less errors during their decision-making process, and improving the quality of their products, as well as becoming more flexible and adapting to constantly changing market trends. Additionally, these types of organizations are able to accelerate their ESG agenda and contribute to fighting climate change and ensuring a more inclusive workforce. In Latin America's case alone, this will help attract investments arising from the redesign and relocation of global supply chains on the back of digital transformation. In recent months, IDBInvest, together with NTT Data, conducted a study and concluded that the digital maturity of the Latin American and Caribbean manufacturing sector currently stands at 2.97 out of a total score of 5, meaning we're still far behind in an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. So in today's panel, we will be discussing the main opportunities and challenges faced by companies looking to implement smart manufacturing, and also share success stories that will help us find solutions to a more rapid and inclusive deployment of 4.0 technologies. And to dig deeper in this topic, we have 4 excellent panelists today. I would like to introduce Mr. Myung Yu Li, CEO of Dongguan Wasu, an elevator fall prevention device manufacturer, and CEO of DK Innovation, an MES production management solution company. I would also like to welcome Luis Lizcano, Executive President of the Mexican Federation of Aerospace Industry, as well as Polo Paredes, EPC Business Director at Rockwell Automation, the largest company dedicated to industrial automation and information. Finally, I would like to present Sukun Cha, co-founder and CTO of ACS, a company that has completed over 1,800 smart manufacturing solution projects for companies across the world. And to start off, I would like to ask Mr. Cha, in your view, what are the key growth sectors, both in Korea or in Latin America, that stand to benefit the most from the adoption of smart manufacturing technologies?
I would like to say Korean, so please understand translation kit. 우선 제가 답변 드리기 전에 저는 이제 3년 전에
Before answering, 3 years ago in 2020, in similar period, I had the opportunity, upon invitation by IBDInvest, to visit, and also in May, I've had the opportunity of participating in a TED Talk about digital transformation of manufacturing in Korea, and now I am at this forum. It is a great honor for me, and from my perspective, Korea and the LAC region, in order to increase their competitiveness and the growth in both regions, new technologies or smart manufacturing are highly important. But this is affected by different initiatives by governments, and depending on the advantage of each industry. Let me speak about the case of Korea specifically. In our company, we have provided solutions in Monterrey, Mexico, and also in Brazil. And Korea also has an important automotive sector, Hyundai, Kia, and we have been able to cut costs in addition to analyzing big data and others. In addition to that, we are making use of smart manufacture technology. We have made great progress in terms of ships and also heavy industry. This has been a great opportunity to improve competitiveness in Korea and now in the LAC region as well, where progress has been made in terms of agriculture, renewable energies, the textile industry. They possess this type of technology, and this is a great opportunity. In addition to this, mining and other sectors are also involved. For the new technologies, it is highly important to have investment in development, in labor. And smart manufacture in both regions must be considered, and different reports and studies of the industry must be.
Sectors that are very strategic to our region. And I would like to ask Mr. Paredes, can you provide specific examples of successful implementation of smart manufacturing and highlighting the tangible results you've seen being achieved?
Well, first, humbly, thank you for the invitation. And as a global IT and OT provider, yes, customers are reaching out to us to help them with smart manufacturing and digital transformation. And I think it's important to understand where smart manufacturing fits on the overall strategy of the digital transformation. Because sometimes we use these terms interchangeably, and they do intersect. But smart manufacturing is a state where manufacturers are reaching out to us to help them orchestrate the data and help them optimize their operations. And they are reaching out to us to help them with intelligent devices through smart machines and through smart systems. And the reason that they care so much about smart manufacturing is because it helps them with their business outcomes, like time to market, like operational productivity, like workforce enablement, and like sustainable operations, regardless of the industry that they are playing in. Even if it's process, like mining or oil and gas, or discrete applications or industries like a warehouse, automotive, or even if it's hybrid, like eco-industrial, water, wastewater, or life sciences. So when you look at digital transformation, it's really the process to incorporate technologies to drive change. So we need to look at the end-to-end of the enterprise. And while operations, engineering, production, they do care about smart manufacturing, we need to look at these holistically. We need to incorporate IT, human resources, logistics, services. So picture a project. When you look at the business case, the customer is reaching out to us to help them with the insights, to bring the technology really early on. During the design phase, they rely on machine builders and engineering firms to help them share information bi-directional and to help with the design through a front engineering load. And then when it comes down to manufacturing, you already design in a virtual environment, so it's easier for you to test and commission and shorter that time. So once that you operate and maintain, it's really about agility, flexibility, bringing those applications like OEE, MES, that will help you activate new business outcomes. So overall, the customers are reaching out to us to really help them with their business outcomes. They are looking for somebody that will help them with the technology, to have an integrated architecture, and they're looking at us to help them with the domain experts end to end. They understand that there's no one company that can do everything, so need to rely on a partner network ecosystem with integrators, machine builders, engineering firms, technology partners, distributors, to help that trust and to help them with the business outcomes, so they can achieve up to 90% improvement on quality, 97% decrease in defects, 40% decrease in maintenance cost, and up to 50% decrease in downtime. So the benefits are significant.
Thank you. And now we will shift our focus to a specific sector, the aerospace sector. Mr. Liscano, could you share examples of how smart manufacturing and 4.0 technologies have specifically impacted the aerospace industry in Mexico?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share some insights about aerospace industry in Mexico. And since aerospace industry is a global industry, the digital transformation and being involved and manage the Industry 4.0 technologies is a must. It's a necessity to compete. It's not whether you want to use it or not, is rather when, and if you decide when to use it, you may be out of the picture if you don't do that fast. Having said that, in Mexico, Mexico's industrial sector, aerospace sector, accounts for around $10 billion in exports. Mexico is now considered among the top 10 aerospace industry exporters in the world. And, that is in part because of the eagerness and readiness of the Mexican operations to take a deep dive on this digital thread. I would like to point out two examples are very specific, but of course this goes very much along the way. But one that I would like to point is, for example, rapid prototyping. Rapid prototyping is one of the Industry 4.0s, and actually is one of the ways to expedite how the design process via additive manufacturing, and that time to market. Usually designing systems in aerospace industry used to take a long time, and now using this is faster. And another thing that is a way to show how you need to be involved in this kind of digital transformation is, for example, there are some platforms, commercial aircraft platforms that were designed 40, 50 years ago. And, you know, those are the same aircraft that we're using, pretty much the same platform. And, you know, when you compete for provide a new system or a new component, you know, the request for for quotation actually ask for you to generate a digital twin of the part that you are going to manufacture. So you have to be not only aware, but you know, you need to handle these kind of things, and of course that's one of the key factors.
Important play in advancing
나눌 수 있는 자리를
Smart manufacturing set out there, therefore, of how to set up these develop systems, and we between in terms of to apply. Employees did not accept to find of the company to adopt
change and shift the mindset enterprise.
Industrial eras and the digital to be more agile.
Of the pandemic,
What role?
The public-private partner, of course, you know, in our sector is everything is run.
And is started.
Digital transformation is a critical component in the global economies, that there are a lot of the workers and also with outside companies that are embarking in this journey, services and knowledge.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. There's a great opportunity to exchange experiences. It's been a very interesting morning. Executives participating in the one-on-one business matchmaking Salon Castillo B, which is just next door. We greatly appreciate your punctuality.
world is facing an increasingly complex reality marked by global inflation, constant political crisis, and the onslaughts of climate change. For the first time, the Korea-LAC event series comes to Latin America, setting its stage in the heart of Mexico, where leaders from Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean gather to strengthen cooperation between our nations and tackle the major challenges we share in common. Setting an agenda is crucial. Strengthening collaboration, forging strategic visions, and establishing clear objectives are essential to drive investments for the advancement of our nations. Based on the three principles of cooperation: inclusiveness, trust, mutual benefit. It's time to tighten bonds, explore new financing avenues, share knowledge and tools, and address strategies to bolster public finances sustainably. It's time to act. Let's participate in multilateral networks and integrate, for this will strengthen us in the pursuit of enhancing the development of our people, guiding us towards sustainable strategies for a brighter tomorrow. Let's unlock doors and pave ways to prosperity. Let's open the door to the future together. Welcome to the Korea-LAC Innovation and Trade Forum 2023, where great ideas create new opportunities.
Welcome back. It's a pleasure to be here again. I trust you had a good and also a very productive networking lunch. And welcome also to all the hundreds of people that are joining us today via our live broadcasting. So let me just quickly remind you that although most of the sessions are in English, we are also having some participants now who will use Korean as the first language. We do have interpretation devices at the back of the hall, which you can, if you don't have one, please, I do invite you to get one, so you'll be able to better understand the next session. So Korea and Latin America and the Caribbean region understand the importance of technology in driving economic development and creating growth opportunities. Today, we'll explore the synergy, success stories, challenges, and also the vast potential for collaboration between Korea and LAC. Let's open our minds to the transformative power of digital innovation and welcome our moderator, Mr. Jeon Gyu-ai, from the IA Program Manager at IITP. Welcome. Joined today by Mr. Daniel Martinez, Director of External Affairs at CLIP, Mrs. Mariana Franza, COO at Voila, and Mr. Yong-Yin Bion, Director of EastSoft. Welcome.
예, 안녕하십니까. 저는 한국에서 온 이현규라고 합니다. 제가 하는 일은
I am from Korea. I'm Yi Hong-yu, and my job specifically is the planning regarding technology-related topics. And in addition to planning, I also work with budget-related aspects. And I am here today because another of my roles is to search collaboration between Korea and other countries around the world. I am an engineer, but I'm also an intermediary for SMEs in different countries. We will deal with three topics today. One, AI, and its use for innovation in the industry. We will take a look at a couple of examples. and panel member will share their success cases with us. In the second place, AI does not end with technological development, but it is also applied in the industry, and therefore we are topics such as ethics and morale, because there could be discriminations, biases, also in connection with the document management. AI cannot explain, is not able to explain so many things. So sometimes the topic of reliability and trust are also two key aspects. So this is what we are going to address today. Ethics, as I said, and finally, and what is most important, is how to create cooperation between Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean in terms of AI. Truth is that other technologies speak of the hegemony of processes. It is not only country-based, but it has to compete worldwide. And there are two great powers in an international scenario, the US and China. They would be the two key players or powers in terms of AI. And the other countries would be the rest. That is our reality. So what can the rest of us do? What can we develop? Because we have a wide gap among the different countries in this topic. What AI defines is an algorithm, is a model. And another important aspect in AI are data. It cannot be monopolized by data only, so we cannot win all the games when faced with these two powers, but still we are able to take charge of some areas, even when faced with those two world powers, and we will be discussing about those possible spaces, potential sectors. I believe we have been working hard in different countries, including Korea, but I believe we need to establish a dialogue, we need to share ideas in order to address these types of issues and burdens. So I believe that on the panel we have different sectors, and we are missing one of our panel members. He was supposed to be here today. He was unable to join us today. He got sick because of the altitude, so there will be 3 panel members and myself. Two people from the LAC region working in fintech, and the Korean participant deals with digital topics. So they work on the application of AI in the industry, and in the Korean case, it is about digital content. I believe, therefore, that we will have a very interesting dialogue here. What is important is that in this forum, we don't only talk about what we know, but also to talk about how to help each other, how to help us mutually in order to create new opportunities. So if in Korea, well, I'm talking about how to prepare a relevant budget for this purpose. And let me tell you, let me introduce you to this session. Therefore, in general terms, the topic of sustainability is one of utmost importance. Creating new business opportunities is another topic as well. There is the business side, there is the technology side. There is another topic, which is sustainability, this term, which I believe is important to dwell probably further into this topic. So I may take a bit longer than the previous moderators have done it. So first of all, AI. Everybody says that artificial intelligence is of a critical importance. We may even think that we may say that we can produce terminators, but AI does not solve everything. People imagine sort of a Superman. In Korea, AlphaGo has won all Go games, and it has had an important impact. But what happens with AI in real life? Had not had these large effects. We still have ChatGPT. It lies, even if people say that it is better than most papers. So it lies. So within our reality, it has an effect, but in a smaller degree. And people stress out a great deal when having to deal with AI. People's expectations are quite high in terms of how to apply AI. Maybe you have a score of 50 for AI, but it is not as advantageous as we might think. That is what they say in the industry. And what is important here is the application of AI, how to apply it in the sense that it could lead to greater advantages in our lives. So in terms of strategy, AI is relevant. We have a topic of patents and technology, and what is even more important is its function. AI, therefore, must imply a highly sophisticated technology, but to have a patent, it has to offer something unique. But as it is based on data, adding a single piece of data will probably lead to requesting a new patent. So what truly matters is not only the data, it is also how to apply it in real life. How to create this applicability of AI in your businesses. We need to distinguish this. And AI does not always have a role as a standalone system. It has to have an applicability. Data are, as I said, are highly relevant for AI. Several countries have started blocking data, blocking information to prevent them from spreading outside the country itself. In the case of Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean, since we are not competing like the great world powers, we can collaborate and we can face these two great world powers. So for us, the quantity and the quality of data is relevant. So those would be the important items for cooperation purposes. And there is also the side of understanding the systems, the products. On their own are not as relevant. So we don't always obtain the results expected based only on those two items. There is also imagination. We can imagine anything. 100 years ago, there was great imagination as well. So for AI, it is not about creating something totally new. It is making our imagination come true, all the ideas, imagination from the past. Also, the aspect of timing. Timing is also of importance. So with AI, it is not about creating new ideas, but make ideas real, ideas that have existed for years and years in order to achieve much better results. I already mentioned data. 80% of the success of AI depends on the data, not only in terms of quantity, but also considering those people who understand them. This expertise and domain, that's what we call them. The role of these experts is critical. domain and expertise. So in the case of businesses who are successful in AI, only 20% of the people are AI specialists. And the rest, the remaining 80% are domain experts, but domain and AI for many people are two separate things. So therefore, we need to look for collaboration between the two of them, these two parties. So we in Korea, thinking that we were on our own, just struggling and fighting, but now we have partners with whom to collaborate on 3 items. One, AI technology per se. An AI that is at the level of the people, to make AI more sophisticated. That would be like the next artificial intelligence. This is not easy, but the monopoly or the oligopoly belongs to the two great world powers, as I said. So we also need to consider all the senses, sight and smell, and the others. So how can we make our imagination become something real? So the democratization of AI, that is the part of the matter. Those people who have a lower performance can make use of tools with the help of which they are able to achieve much better results, creating therefore a much better ecosystem for all of us. For the rest. And on the other hand, there is the industry. I was telling you that these great powers, the US and China, and their use of AI, they have been using AI with high intensity for 2 years, but they're not industry leaders yet, so we can focus on one aspect and have the participation of a domain expert in order to achieve better results. So from this standpoint, what we need is to look for cooperation. I believe that in terms of industrial innovation, we can definitely collaborate to be the first ones, to be the leaders in this sector through collaboration. And now, the next type of AI will be relevant in terms of its function and universality for everyone to be able to use it. That is what we are currently working on. It is also very important for AI to communicate with people, with humans, so it has to establish a dialogue with humans. How can we make this dialogue more fluent? This is another aspect that is frequently discussed. The ethical side of things can also be included in this topic. So how can AI lead to an idiosyncrasy, but also respecting ethics? And that's where ethics comes in.
Ethics can be classified into different topics. And we also have transparency, equality, justice, diversity, reliability. I mean, there are many different topics to be discussed. So the measurements of ethics or reliability in our daily lives. I mean, AI should not be a threat for us. And in terms of the industry, as I have told you, the collaboration of the different industries sometimes turns out to be difficult, not only in Korea, but also in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also for the United States and China. Therefore, the knowledge on the domain is the domain expert is that person who can understand on the basic principle of domains, the physical part. Scientists, scientific research would have done a better knowledge on domain. We would need labor, of course, experts, scientists, but when we talk about the AI sector, they are not coming from these funds. So it is also as they do not collaborate with the domain and, on the other hand, AI experts. This is part of the barrier that they are facing. So when we find these two groups, we have not reached a consensus. So another very important topic is to see on how we can find a very beneficial collaboration between the two groups, domain and AI, and then they'll help each other. So even they try to find new talents, or they look for AI people with an undergraduate degree, because it is very difficult to find collaboration with the already existing experts in AI. So we rather divide the topics into two. On the one hand, the expertise on the domain vis-a-vis the industry, and that started to be stressed based on what was stated. And part of this forum is also the topic of sustainability, which has to do with living beings and the planet. The United Nations has 17 goals of the millennium, MDGs, and also the United Nations MDGs are establishing these. And there is a program for this in Europe. They are creating new laws regarding AI. So if they don't comply with the requirements, they cannot export. So AI is already a very important element of the industry. Once it develops, you have to launch it in the market. We thought that we had enough time, that we could relax, but we see that artificial intelligence requires of an imminent work because it's established. Now, artificial intelligence has to develop by each industry. We are not going to apply the existing AI in an industry, but rather we need to develop a customized AI for the specific industry. I'm sorry, I have spoken a little bit too long, but this is precisely what we are going to discuss with the panel. As part of the panelists, we have two fintech personalities. We have heard about the solutions, and now we would like to know about all the successes that you have faced. First, I would like to invite Daniel Martinez, Director of External Affairs of CLIP Mexico, because you have already developed a fintech solution, so I would like to know your success story. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just wrapping up with the translation. Well, first of all, thank you for the question, and thanks for the invitation. Thanks to the IDB for making me part of this event. I'm very excited to be here. And first off, I want to talk a little bit about, give you some context as to what CLIP is and what we do. CLIP is a payment fintech unicorn. We reached the status of unicorn back in 2021, the first in Mexico. And basically, we provide payment infrastructures for small, micro, small, and medium businesses to transact and to receive digital payments. And what we did and what we focused on at the beginning, almost 11 years ago, was to see a process that was very burdensome, very difficult, and try to address it and streamline it for people to access these services. So we focus on the process to acquire a point-of-sale device, a point-of-sale terminal that we all have used in our purchases, in our daily life. And 10 years ago, this process was very difficult for most companies, for most merchants in Mexico. It was a process that took anywhere from 1 month to 6 months, very burdensome contracts, fees, hidden fees, and basically around 80% of businesses in Mexico were ineligible to acquire one of these terminals from a banking institution. Largely because legacy systems made it very expensive for companies to have one of these terminals. They had to lease it from the bank, and it was a very difficult process and very restrictive one. But what we did with the technology that was readily available 10 years ago, 12 years ago, smartphone technology that had become widespread in Mexico at that time, we were able to streamline this process. And basically what the process looks like today is that any merchant can acquire one of our terminals in a convenience store, in retail, through e-commerce. We made it very easy for them to acquire one of these terminals. Download the app, create an account, and within 10 minutes, if you have an ID and a bank account, you can begin to transaction and receive digital payments, which was a very substantial shift for most companies, especially in a country that has a very large informal sector, a very large population that has little or no access to financial products. Around 80% of the merchants that have onboarded with Clip didn't have access to any financial product prior to Clip. So it was a really great opportunity for us to substantially change the market in this aspect. And the results were great. You can see the growth from 2014 to this date. The number of point-of-sale devices in Mexico has grown from around 500,000 terminals to close to 5 million. The penetration of digital payments has gone from less than 10% of all payments being made with digital means to close to 25% in less than a decade or around a decade. So really substantial growth, material growth, that wouldn't have been possible without the technology that we had. But still, the results that Mexico has are still a far cry from what other economies, other regional partners have done in the region. Countries like Brazil, Colombia, Argentina have much higher levels of penetration of these payment methods. Not to mention South Korea, which is a leader in the transition to becoming a cashless society. But still, a substantial shift in the way that businesses are able to access financial services and products. And we were able to do this because, yes, we had a very good product, simple, efficient, very sleek design, but also because we were able to provide the customer service needed for merchants to onboard and to begin to transacting. And that was key. We had to invest, and I use the word invest, in channels of communication with our merchants. Of course, we enabled the usual suspects, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp. We enabled also a call center, which is live 24/7, 365. So whenever merchants have a question about the new terminal they just bought, or the payments that they were expecting to receive, for some reason they didn't, they're able to contact our customer happiness, which is what we call them, experts, in order to address their issues. And in this field, we saw an opportunity for AI. Back in 2020, we implemented a chatbot which uses AI to help us provide that service in a more efficient, more streamlined manner, and which would allow us to continue to grow and to provide the same level of service to a broader audience, which, of course, will become an issue when reaching a bigger and bigger audience, and being the case in Mexico that still a huge percentage of the population don't have access to these sort of services. Well, the opportunity was there. So we invested in these types of technology with very good results. Over 50% of the queries that we receive from merchants are now answered by the chatbot, with over a 75% success rate, meaning that the chatbot is efficient in addressing, and it will only continue to get better and better in addressing these needs. And from that experience, we moved on to other aspects. We've launched growth campaigns, acquiring campaigns, using AI, using these kind of technologies in a very successful manner. And we're moving forward in implementing other aspects of these technologies in other aspects of the business. Automatization of back office procedures, and so on. So we have moved with caution because this is a new technology and it warrants caution, but with a lot of optimism for these technologies, and the results are already there. So we expect to continue to grow in this aspect and to see the results in breaching the financial inclusion gaps that we have in Mexico and the growth of our business, of course.
예, 감사합니다. 지금 사실은 지불결제라는 문제가 만들어지면서 현금이 없는 사회라는 표현을 썼지만 사실 그 다음 단계는 공간을 뛰어넘는 거래에 해당되거든요. 국경도 없어지고 대륙 간의 격차도 필요 없이 어디서나 어떤 거래도 할 수 있게끔 해주는 그런 것들이 가능하기 때문에 아마 빠른 속도로 그쪽으로 전진을 하고 거기서부터 이제 퀀텀 점프, 새로운 형태의 비즈니스가 많이 벌어질 것 같고요. 제가 오늘 반가운 소리를 하나 들었는데 오늘 마침 한국에서 제가 갖고 있는 카드가 멕시코 페소를 제가 여기서
We're going from an age of a society without cash to an age of transactions without borders. And this has to be ubiquitous. For example, I have Mexican pesos in my pocket and I have to start using it. And in the future, this won't be necessary precisely because it has been an excellent idea that you have applied. Now we would like to ask the person from Argentina of the company Walla to take the floor now, please.
I was listening before I could answer. Well, first and foremost, thank you so very much for having us today, Mr. Lee and IBD. It's a pleasure to be with this esteemed panel, so thank you very much. So I am going to talk a little bit about, how at Walla we use AI for driving business innovation. But first and foremost, because a lot of people probably don't know who Walla is, I'll tell you a little bit about Walla, just like Daniel did with the clip, right? Walla is a financial ecosystem that we started in 2017 based in Argentina. And we provide payment services, we provide loans, we provide investment products to our clients. We also provide, and we're a competitor of Clip, they're a great competitor, by the way. We provide also merchant acquiring, so point of sales as well, right? And we do this for over 6 million clients in 3 different countries, in Argentina, where we started, in Mexico, as well as in Colombia, through our banking licenses and also our brokerage licenses, right? And we've been able, our vision is to, bring the financial and banking industry into the 21st century. We've been very successful because we have 6 million clients, we financially included 6 million clients in around 6 years, and that is way more than what the rest of the banking industry, the traditional financial incumbents have been able to do in years and years of being in the industry. And how did we do that? Well, the way that we did that was using, among other things, technology, different tools, but also using AI models to drive innovation. And I'm going to talk about a couple of models of artificial intelligence models that we've used at Walla to actually drive innovation and also to financially include in the 3 countries that we are. One of them, we have we have many different models of AI models and algorithms in Walla. We do it for cross-selling, for upselling, for churn, for user activation, even for coding. So we can code faster, right? And we can deliver products faster. One of the examples is for credit. So we use, in order to ensure that when we offer a credit, when we offer a loan to a user, to reduce or eliminate is a little bit strong, but at least to reduce the probability of that loan to fail, we use an AI model that takes in all the transactions and all the services and products that they use in our ecosystem. We use that, for example, does the user have services, like their Netflix account associated to our debit account, if they debit it directly? How many transactions do they do a month? When do they do it? Do they invest with us? Do they have what is their average balance in their account? What do they go to the supermarket, and when, and how often do they go to the supermarket? Those kind of behavioral patterns across our platform, what it allows us to do is to see, is this a client that pays his or her bills on time? How much do they hold in balance? Do they always have it in zero? Or do they always have a little bit, more than zero? What investments do they do with us, and what do they do with their investments? And then when they ask for a loan, we look at, according to their behavioral pattern, what rate, what interest rate are we going to give them? Are we interested in giving them a loan based on the model out of our banking license or out of our non-banking license? Because there's a different risk associated to giving a loan within a bank or outside of a bank. And of course, at a different premium, right? This type of model, and not only that, we use all of these variables, we actually use also macroeconomic variables. So not only what we encounter in the data within our ecosystem, within our platforms, but also, for example, GDP, inflation, economic events, like political economic events. For example, the elections in Argentina that we're having this Sunday. How is that going to impact the behavioral patterns of people, interacting with our platform? And over 8,000 different variables and data pieces go into the models that we create. And of course, they learn and we teach them, and we're always looking to see that they're doing well. So that's one of the examples that we use AI model for our business to drive innovation and also to drive financial inclusion, to ensure that more people can have access, just like in Korea, that you have, almost everybody has a bank account or is included financially, that we can reach that goal, which is not very common in Latin America, unfortunately, right? Latin America has a low degree of banked and financial inclusion, so we want to get to be you guys, right? Another example that we use our, AI is for measuring the quality of our customer support agents, right? Just like Clip, we have a call center or a customer support center, and then we measure the type of answers that our customer agents give to our users. And we have an NPS, like a Net Promoter Score, for each one of those interactions. So we take what type of answers the customer support agent gave, correlated to the NPS score, and then that goes into our model, and it starts feeding to say, this one gave a high NPS, and this was the answer for this type of product. So we feed all of that, and that allows us to understand what are the type of correct interactions, the correct answers that we have to give to our customers. And it also allows us to identify user experience features or technology features that we have to do in our platform to enhance the user experience, right? In addition to the NPS for measuring the quality of interactions of our customer support with our users, we use that same interactions to do training models. So, we have to hire, just as anybody, customer agents, people, to give answers to our users. So instead of spending months training them on the job and teaching them in every single part of the business, we use these good interactions according to the previous model to accelerate the training of our customer support agents. So we put them on the job fairly quickly. And once they get there, let's say they don't know an answer to a question. A user says, I want to know A, B, and C. And the customer support agent says, oh, I didn't know this right now, right? So they go into the platform, into the model, they type a question like a GPT, it gets based on the feeds that we had before, and it looks at the answer, and the customer agent is kind of, I don't want to say copy-paste, but kind of use it that way. And then the customer agent now is learning on the fly. That allows us to reduce or accelerate the ROI of training people, have a more uniform answer to our users when it comes to experience, and in addition, increase our net profit margins from a cost perspective from the user. Those are some of examples. We have others, but I'm not going to bore you, but yes.
네네. 뭐 한국에서도 마찬가지로 개인의 신용도 평가라는 게 결국 대출을 해줄 때
So
기준 점수가 되는데
the point
전 세계 어디도
is
쓸
if
수가
we
없는
rate
평가예요.
reliability, we rate assign ratings to people. There are different indices or elements for rating, and I believe that in that process, AI will play an important role. Let's now continue with one of the panel members from Korea. I ask you about the innovations that have taken place in that sense. EST Soft is a company operating for 30 years in Korea. One of the apps that has been most widely used in Korea, together with Windows. We have been expanding our business, and this new era, we need to make new preparations. We've decided to start working with AI. Within AI, there are also different sectors, just like we've heard, we analyze our customers in order to recommend a product of interest to them. And we also propose products depending on the price they are able to pay. So we base our activities on these experiences, and we apply AI to our businesses. We are focusing on what we call digital human. We have a service that is called Human AI. So new business opportunities are important, but also they are also important in terms of their value. And why is that? Because everyone needs to have access to information that is relevant. The internet has brought about innovations. Everyone is able to look up information on the internet, but not all of them can find the information they need on the internet because search results do not always allow for that, and there are many customers who don't know how to use kiosks or these services. So sometimes we need to have people there, personnel. They need to talk to someone to solve, not only to an e-kiosk. They are unable to solve many things. So there is a need for fluent communication, and we have contributed to the development of solutions that contribute to improving this communication and finding solutions that will close the communication gap, that will bring new opportunities in our business. So to solve that problem, we developed human AI technology, as I said, AI person. That's another name. It's these human technologies that will continue appearing on the market. We have 175 languages embedded in our system. We have images, we have realistic pictures, just like in real life. We have brains within our system. The system is based on AI, but it also extracts information from the web in order to improve the accuracy, the precision of this information, and to solve any questions that the customer may ask in an audio through voice. It also finds solutions to those questions. We are also preparing another program. It's like a translation or automated interpreting program. So having one language, you can translate things into different languages. So any person whatsoever can talk more fluently in their own language. And they can have easy access to information in different languages. That's another way to close the communication gap. Another application that we have is that at the kiosk, the AI employees service you. They can ask questions, they provide answers to these questions. And when it comes to using a highly complicated product, a conversation takes place and they inform the customer on how to make use of that new technology. We have AI teachers They are there whenever there is a need to ask them different information in order to close geographic or even social gaps. We also have video conferences. They are aimed at facilitating communication in different languages on the web, and that's what we are preparing right now. And these video conferences through the web facilitates participation of people with hearing issues. They can participate in the dialogues through the platform, and also for the elderly. There is an application that has been highly successful in Korea. They are called Trot. There is a clone that we created using AI in order to for the elderly people to be able to make use of it with more ease. So we use AI in order to improve the accessibility to different types of information, data, to facilitate communication, and also to enrich the experiences of our customers. And that's what I believe we are doing currently. Thank you. Thank you. We have one panel member less, so that's why I used a longer time for my intervention. So I will be asking for a shorter reply to my second question. The ethical side, obviously, ethics are related to business. So let me kindly ask you to be brief when responding this next question. I am asking about the ethical elements in finance and equality, diversity. That's the perspective I would like to hear from you about.
So, using AI just as it is can be a problem, right? There has to be intelligence and ethics behind the data that you put in. Let's put it this way. It will depend on the creator of the model. It's like when you're kids. When you actually have to teach your kids, you have to teach them the right thing. If you're not teaching them the right thing, it's going to be way harder to teach them when they're older. They're not going to be able to unlearn. So we have to teach the models and create the models in the right way from the get-go. There are different type of ethical issues that you have within AI. For example, fairness, and I'll be very brief. Some models, when you're recruiting, some models are not looking into race or not looking into, gender or not looking into age, right, as a variable that has to be used or not used, depending on how you're creating the model, in order to not create that, unfairness when you get the results. I'll give you an example, a very quick one in finance, right? There's a bias, unfortunately, that believes in societies that women are worse coders and worse at technology, right, than men. And this is coming from a woman in technology, right? So when a company in finance creates AI models for recruiting and for getting the great talent, and they're feeding all of their, previous data just based on what has happened before, then we're going to have an issue. Right? And this is why there has to be some kind of auditing way, questions that has to, a framework of governance when you're inputting data into an AI model. You have to ask the questions about, am I including the correct information? Because you said it, 80% of it is data. So if 80% of the data is biased, the model will be biased. So we have to take into consideration when we do this, are we excluding people because of age, because of race, because of gender, because of religion, or whatever it is? Those are the questions that we have to audit ourselves when we're creating the model. Is it easy? Absolutely not. We have to be deliberate and conscious when we're creating that model in order to take ourselves out of what we learned from the past and be able to be unbiased, which is not easy, but you have to do it. That's one of the things that we do. I try to be brief. I have more examples for later if you want, but this is just one.
여기서 아마 윤리 쪽은 여기서 마무리해야 될 것 같고요. 죄송합니다.
Great. I
근데 이거
believe
두 가지를 보면 지금 말씀하셨던
I'm sorry and apologize. We will have to close here the topic of ethics. Equality is another important item. That's where we have inequality mainly. And transparency. Transparency plays an important role. Transparency and being able to explain things. We need to put a greater effort into this. So let's close the topic of ethics with this comment. So the last item and the most important one is the how. How Korea, Latin America, and the Caribbean can collaborate. Can you elaborate on this subject matter, please?
Yes, of course. And again, thanks for the question. I'm going to speak mostly about Mexico because that's what I know, but I see a lot of avenues of collaboration between our two countries. A lot of similitudes, kind of a rough beginning of the last century for both countries, a lot of war, a lot of political turmoil, and then a lot of growth in the second half of the century. And there are a lot of similitudes in both economies. Both Mexico and South Korea have developed huge manufacturing hubs, automotive industry, technology, and of course the growth that we have seen in both countries in the last 34 years has been great, particularly in South Korea. A lot of work to be done yet in Mexico, but a lot of synergies and a lot of similitudes that can be seen in both. But we can take a lot of the experiences that South Korea has had, particularly in developing its internal market for the growth that we can see today. And that has a lot to do with the payment infrastructure. As I said, South Korea has made great strides in shifting to a cashless economy, and that is thanks to the penetration that the payment system has had within the economy. South Korea has something like 125 million credit cards in a country of 50 million people. Mexico has a decent penetration of credit cards, but we're around 30 million credit cards in 120 million people. So the opportunity is there. This, of course, has shifted into a growth in the e-commerce ecosystem. South Korea has grown to become the sixth biggest e-commerce market in the world. Mexico is around the 13th largest. But in Mexico, around 20% of all e-commerce transactions are still paid for in cash, which is highly inefficient. So there are a lot of avenues of collaboration, of learning. Of course, not everything is exportable from one country to the other. There has to be some tropicalization, if I can put it that way. But yeah, I see a lot of opportunities in the payments space. What Korea has done in the past couple of years and what Mexico is doing with a boom in the fintech ecosystem, still a lot of improvement there that can be done with technology and with collaboration between our two countries.
Yeah. Mariana.
In 22 seconds, we have a lot to learn from you, right? A lot to learn from you. We at Wala, we admire one of the companies, Toss Bank, right? Oh my God, we learn so much from them, right? So we look at what they do and we kind of take a little bit. So if there's anybody from TOS in the audience, we feel very inspired by you. So thank you for inspiring us. And then, you know, Korea has done a lot from a regulatory framework perspective as well. And Latin America still has a way from a regulatory perspective and frameworks when it comes to fintechs and internet-only banks. And Korea has done a lot in that sense, right? So there's a lot for us to learn from you, and we are very appreciative of you teaching us.
지금 시간상으로는 이 코멘트를 원래
for
박사님께서 말씀을
sake of
주셔도
time.
되는데 시간상으로 제가 정리를 하는 식으로 할게요. 죄송합니다. 그러니까 지금 예를 들어서 지금 질문상에서 할 수 있듯 실제로 많이 쓰고는 있는데
We should have a third answer, but there is something else I would like to add. The largest difference between the two countries in terms of finance is that there are different levels among banks. There is level 1, internet banking, and there are banks with lower credit ratings. And there are those in like intermediate level, like an intermediate interest agency. So the level of interest, those banks that charge low interest rates, they have high demands on the market in general, and in those that charge higher interest, well, they are not as sought after as the others because the market has a lower degree of trust. At the intermediate level, all the businesses have different numbers, different figures, so I believe that in the case of those, there is an important factor for the sake of trying to change the reality. So I believe this example from Korea is important to keep in mind. And the market may have progressed more, but we have had trials and errors, and through these errors, we've been able to obtain better results. And I believe that other countries will be able to progress more when considering these errors. I think that we have run out of time, so I would like to thank our panel members for their participation, for IBD, for the invite. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very interesting session. It seems like using personalized artificial intelligence to address specific pain points and acquire new data seems like a great recipe for success. I'm not an expert, but that doesn't sound very simple. Anyway, one thing that I've heard a lot today is the importance of collaboration and the great advantages of sharing experiences. So it's a good thing that we're all together here today and also tomorrow with these sessions and the opportunity to have some one-on-one networking. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, and I encourage you to visit the exhibition located right next door. I actually was there earlier today, and it's very interesting. And also remind you our hashtag, Korea-LAC, in case you're using social media. We'll greatly appreciate it if you can use it. And now, moving on to our next and final session of the day, Mrs. Irene Arias Hoffman will guide us through IDBLab's transformative journey over the past 30 years. Welcome, Mrs. Arias.
Buenas tardes, Young Weio. Good afternoon. What a pleasure to be here on this Korea-LAC Summit, the first one in Latin America and the Caribbean. And very inspired by what we've heard so far. I'm very inspired because it goes right at the heart of what IDBLab is as one of the three entities under the umbrella of the IDB group, and the one that specializes in being an innovation and venture capital arm for Latin America and the Caribbean. So seeding companies that, like CLIP, which we supported years ago through one of the venture capital funds we invested in Mexico, and that have become and transformed the payment system in Mexico and the life of many small business owners. That's why we are here and why we're very excited to be part of this summit. I want to thank also Jae-Won Kim, the Director General of Economy and Finance, who spoke earlier, and of course, the heads of the Korea-LAC Bank and the KOTRA head as well, and Secretary Giorgio for all the support. Of course, Mexico and Korea are members of the IDBLab, and without their support, we wouldn't be here. So a little journey into a bit more what is IDBLab and what we have been delivering and doing in the region, and how we can continue to transform the region through innovation and technology. I'm gonna focus on this. What we do, well, we drive early stage entrepreneurial innovation, and we look for some of the most emerging and nascent business models, and also some of the newest technologies, or not so new, but new forms of using and integrating different forms of technology, like we heard just now on artificial intelligence, blockchain, Web3, and how to do it in a responsible way so that, number one, it's sustainable, so we develop the entrepreneurial system around it as well, but most importantly, we go to the heart of why we do it. And all of that transformation actually ends up helping poor and vulnerable population in Latin America and the Caribbean, and helps us activate new engines of growth that can be the jobs of the future. This is an image just to show the complementarity of IDBLab, the little fleet around the big ship, and the other two arms of the IDB group, IDB and IDBInvest, that finance public and private sector once the projects have a little less risk than when we go in. And that's why we're here, and we explore all these new technologies, new industries, new forms of also addressing climate, new models that are more inclusive for gender and diversity, and so forth. And it's not just about providing financing to early stage innovators. That's not enough. We do that, not enough. We provide also knowledge and connections. This is why the partnership between the region and other countries around the world is so crucial, and why we've invested together with partners in Korea and other countries to connect and be a bridge between early stage entrepreneurs in other parts of the world that want to enter into Latin America and the Caribbean, and vice versa. As we heard from Voila, this interaction and this integration really produces and accelerates the pace of the growth of the rising stars in Latin America and the Caribbean, if they can learn faster by using models that have been already tested elsewhere. And so knowledge and connection together with financing are a powerful combination that we've been deploying for 30 years, adjusting to the needs of these entrepreneurs along the way, focusing on 5 sectors: agriculture and natural capital, infrastructure, services, of course, a lot on mobility, and we are going to hear in another panel a lot on mobility, and what some examples that also our CIO, Magdalena Coronel, who's here, will share with you that have worked well, and we have been able to scale in that sector. For sure, in talent and employment, the big gap of the over 200 million youth in the region, and 30 million who are not studying or working. But there are new models of learning and new models of employability that can address that. Health and financial inclusion, of course. We heard a lot about fintech and payments and what's in the frontier in terms of closing the financial access gap. There is still a huge opportunity in the region. All of it keeping the climate crisis and gender and diversity as key priorities. If you are an entrepreneur in the audience or listening to us, we can provide very flexible financing from very small prototypes, $150,000, to equity investment in seed stages, Series A, Series B. And through the many venture capital funds in which we invest, we have supported 90 venture capital funds in the region, many of them, at least 12 in Mexico. We can provide also financing in some earlier stages, like through 500 startups, for example, here in Mexico. It's not just that, it's also, as I mentioned earlier, thinking about the system around it. So as we heard in several of the panels, the regulatory aspects of what is needed to enable new players to come in, to enable these new solutions to really become inclusive, and keeping in mind that framework always. And I just want to give a couple of examples of how these connections and knowledge work in practice. And what we saw in Mexico is that a mass challenge, which was more concentrated here in Mexico City, with our support and the leadership of our representative Ernesto Stein here in Mexico, and the addressing one of the big priorities of the government here, went into other parts of the country, and we were able to really take their model of incubating, accelerating, and coaching and bootcamp model for young entrepreneurs to cities like Chiapas. Another example of how the financing can really deliver benefits for the poor, Clínicas de Azúcar, a health system for people with diabetes, 80% of them poor and vulnerable population that did not have any access to treatment, let alone prevention, and now they do, and with quality and affordable. And these are just a couple of examples on connections, of course, focusing a lot on building these bridges. And here, in the GDIN, formerly Born to Global, who's here with us, Dr. Kim, thank you. We've been growing these connections between Korean startups and Latin American startups, and those partnerships, which we started back in like 3-4 years ago, have led to JVs of some of the companies that you will be able to meet here, like Coconut Silo, which shared their advancements in deep tech with a company, Avancargo, in Argentina, and again, help them accelerate their growth. Here it is. What else can we do? More of these exchanges and go deeper into deep tech exchanges, because Korea has such a strength in that, and the region is so well endowed that we can really seize together the huge potential that we see. About 230 deep tech startups in Latin America and the Caribbean today that have institutional investors in them. They've already generated more than $8 billion in value, and this is just the beginning in AI, robotics, in clean tech, in space tech. So there is something there that we can go and do more of, and these deep tech exchanges and this collaboration is an essential part of that solution. So thank you very much for helping, giving us the opportunity to share a little bit of our journey and also where we're going, and hopefully going together with you. We look forward to another 30 years of IDBLab delivering this impact in Latin America and the Caribbean through entrepreneurial innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Irene. It's so interesting to learn how the IDB helps entrepreneurs providing funding, but also much needed spaces such as this one to promote the exchange of ideas and look into a future of collaboration. So as we approach the end of day one in our program, I'd like to thank our moderators and panelists for sharing their vast knowledge and experience with us. I think we can all agree it was a very interesting morning. And as we wrap up, I'd like to remind everybody that our welcome dinner, hosted by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea, will take place at 7 p.m. in this very same room. We look forward to meeting you later. Thank you so much for your active participation and commitment today. Please remember that we will begin tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. We look forward to meeting you tonight. Thank you. Have a lovely afternoon.